Hello. Alright, give me a second. Hi, how are you? Alright. Gonna continue Seduce Me to the Demon War. Give me a second to put that on live in one of the discords I'm part of. The walk to the room was filled with awkward silence. What were we supposed to do here? Damien and I were both human, and while yes, we both knew he'd have to help in the war, he wasn't a demon anymore. I grimaced words, feeling the nervousness of the situation take hold of me. This was going to be a rocky adventure. Who knew what would happen, what to expect? I could only guess time would tell. How would he help fight in the war if he's not a demon anymore? That makes me nervous. I gripped Damien's hand harder, letting my nerves sink in. Naturally, Damien smiled and kissed my forehead.
It's okay. Everything will be alright, I promise.
I love Damien. I nodded, but some part of me. Oh, by the way, how's the volume, by the way? I nodded, but some part of me was still fearful despite his reassurance. We were in the demon world, humans in the demon world. I was worried what. Okay. I was worried what would become of Damien now that he was in his own home plane as something he wasn't born as. I looked up at Damien, seeing him focused on following our guides to get us to our room. I was curious what was going through his mind. I was sure he was worried when I was taken, but now that he had me back, what was he thinking of now? For a moment I briefly wished I had his mind reading ability. Same. I wanted to know what went through Damien's mind, that everything we did, that every step we made, that at every event that came along the road. Feeling my stare, Damien turned his head and looked down at me, furrowing his eyebrows in confusion.
What is it?
I lightly bit my lip. Did I want to tell him what was on my mind? Hold on. I had to verbalize my curiosity. Damien took in the question before turning to the hall once again, frowning a bit.
I think it's a really bad situation. You're trapped here, and I'm human, so I can't do much to help in the war.
I know. As Damien squeezed my hand, however, I felt my heart flutter a bit.
Still, I want to help and bring you back. I'll do everything I can to send us back home.
Damien? I naturally hugged his arm to me, causing him to gasp a bit and look over, a faint blush running across his cheeks. He was so adorable and I absolutely loved him. Whatever drew him to me made my heart feel absolutely lucky to have him. As we reached our room, I took in what the ambassador room I had claimed the night before was officially I can't pronounce words. For me and Damien, the others were given rooms in another part of the castle, so we had some space to ourselves. Stepping in, I took a seat on the bed, feeling mild exhaustion sweep over me. However, Damien looked around the room in slight awe. I tilted my head, wondering why. Damien stepped around the room, looking around and observing every piece of decor. As he got to the mantel, he looked almost stunned to see the design and art, archi- architect, architecture of it. It was almost like watching a little kid walk into a museum. Damien, my voice caught his attention, causing Damien to jump up and look at me in surprise. As he calmed down, he rubbed the back of his neck in nervousness.
Sorry, I've never really been in a room like this before, so this is a bit of a surprise to me.
Really? What kind of room did you have? I stared at Damien in shock. He really never saw a room like this. We were in the demon world, though. How could he? Blah, can't read. How could have this? How could this have been not familiar to him? I was positive that he would have at least seen a room like this in his time here. Damien shook his head in reply.
I never had a room growing up.
Damien, what do you mean? And my heart suddenly crumbled in my chest. I knew that Damien was the mistreated bastard son of the demon world, which I hate that they treated him that way. That's messed up. Bastard son of the demon lord, but to not have a room, that was almost cruel. Yeah. I couldn't help imagining Damien sleeping on the cold marble floor on the grand hall, or even in a cell. My soul began to weep for him, but I knew that it was just better to ask him about his ex, experience. Wow, I can't read. Experiences that assume the absolute worst cases. How did you sleep then?
Well, demons don't sleep at all, actually.
That made absolutely no sense. Wait, what? They don't? Why do they have beds and stuff then? Damien blushed a bit with a grimace across his lips.
Well, other than having, sex, demons rest. Like lying down and reading or something like that, but demons never close their eyes for long. It opens them up to being taken advantage of.
Fair. Then how the heck do demons function?
With energy and food. As long as a demon has both, or at least one or the other, they can keep functioning without needing to sleep. Lying down simply lets them stop using their energy.
Makes sense. Then what about in the human world? Were you and the others pretending to sleep? Damien shook his head, driving another confused wedge into my brain. What? Demons could sleep then? But only if they wanted to, but they absolutely didn't need to, so they didn't have to. Damien laughed a bit at my confusion.
When we went to the human world, we got to experience sleep for the first time. It was so good for us, and we felt relaxed, so we kept at it like regular humans. Besides, the risks we had here are not the same as the risks in the human world.
There was still a lot I had to learn about demons, apparently. Not that I needed to know, but my curiosity about them grew the more I learned about them. Damien smiled and walked over to sit beside me and kissed my cheek.
I think we'll be safe to sleep, though. This is Lilith Castle, after all.
Lilith Castle? This place has a name? With a nod, Damien pointed over at the mantle, tracing through the air at the markings in the stonework.
If I remember right, James told me about the first succubus, Lilith, and how she gave birth to incubi and succubi from this very castle. Diana is her descendant, so she now owns this place.
Wow. So Diana really was a princess? I was a bit surprised to confirm that fact, but in the end it made sense. She had the attitude of one, that was for sure, right? Damien wrapped an arm around my shoulders and smiled.
At least we'll get some good sleep tonight.
Yeah. I could feel that we would be okay in our room. The castle was well fortified from what I knew, and Diana seemed to be on top of making sure everything ran smoothly, as did the other rebel leaders. Everything was like a well-oiled machine. I leaned my head on Damien's shoulder, letting out a small sigh. Sorry.
Huh? For what?
I looked up at Damien, remembering that I had been gone for an entire day. I must have worried him sick and made everyone else go crazy at my absence, not only from their wedding, but from the entire human world. For going missing, I was gone for a whole day. Damien stared at me for a moment before smiling and kissing my forehead.
Were you really here a whole day?
I furrowed my eyebrows, staring at him and trying to figure out if he was joking or being serious. Seeing my expression, Damien let out a small laugh and hugged me to his side.
To me, you were only gone for about 4 or 5 hours.
Wait, what? That could not be. There was no way that I was gone for that short period of time. I remembered sleeping in this room, going through the entire day of being in this world, and trying to get home to him twice. That definitely did not add up. With a small smirk, Damien released me and placed his hand on my head.
Time runs differently between the human and demon worlds. A whole day here is about 5 hours in the human world. You weren't gone very long.
My jaw dropped every time. Even time was different here. This world was full of surprises. I felt myself hold my cheeks and try to take it in. How did everyone react? Damien frowned a bit and gently wrapped his arms around me, hugging me fully to him and resting his head on mine.
We were all worried sick about you.
Damien. I can only imagine what Damien went through in those 5 hours when I didn't arrive. What was the first thing he did? What was the first thing anyone did? I felt guilty, but I also knew that what happened was out of my hands. Damien let out a small sigh and kissed my head.
When you didn't show up, we sent the girls to find you while my brothers managed to wipe everyone's memories and delay the wedding for a couple of days. We didn't know how fast it would take us to find you.
Damien's grip tightened around me as he pulled me even closer to him.
I had to rely on my brothers to find you. There was no clue to where you were taken, so I had to sit and wait until they managed to locate you, here. Then we came.
Then you came? I was stunned by the love I was given by Damien despite being human. He traveled through the gates of worlds to try and find me. I was lucky to have a loving man such as him. My only regret was being in this world instead of the altar with him. I simply pressed my forehead to his shoulder, closing my eyes and taking in his scent and love. I love you, Damien.
I love you too. More than you'll ever know.
Aww. I could hear his pounding heartbeat affirm his feelings for me, making me smile against him. I was beyond blessed. Eventually, Damien pulled away and stared down at me with a tired smile.
We should get some rest. There's a long week ahead of us.
Okay. I nodded in agreement, knowing exactly what he meant. We slowly crawled into bed and snuggled into each other's arms, embracing the darkness of slumber once more. As sleep welcomed me, a thought ran through my mind. What would happen? Obviously, the boys would help fight in the war, but what about Damien? He was indeed human and had no abilities to use as such. Then again, maybe he could still use magic as a human. Carrie was able to do so, and she was human, but she was a witch, trained in magic. Damien's abilities came with his demon side, which he no longer had. How would he fight then? The question folded around in my mind in my dream as I drifted to a calm and peaceful sleep.
Why can't I sleep?
Huh?
Something's wrong.
Something is indeed wrong, boy. You're in the demon world, and you won't even acknowledge your demon side.
What the freak?
Huh? What are you doing here?
Observing a disappointment for amusement. You keep continuing to fail at living so much that it's become a wonderful form of entertainment. The demon who lost his powers. Doesn't that sound absolutely ridiculous? Let's replace it with the demon whose wife almost became the demon lord's next bed bitch.
Oh, screw you.
What do you want?
Oh, come now, don't be so hostile. You'll wake the human up.
She and I are both human.
I cannot believe it. Is that what you still think, boy? Do you truly believe yourself to be human?
What?
Yes. No matter how many times you taught me, I know the truth. I am human.
Well, I hate to break the delusion you may be under, but you should know that becoming a human is impossible for a demon.
That's not true. I've been a human for over 2 years now. I don't believe you.
Then you are more of a disappointment than I imagined. God, why don't you just give up? Then again, if you gave up, then I would lose my entertainment.
Leave.
Fine, I shall. But heed my words, boy. Tomorrow will be a very rough awakening for you. I can feel it.
What? The morning rose with me stretching and yawning the sleep out of my body. I surprisingly had a peaceful night, but apparently Damien didn't, as he wasn't in bed with me. I looked to the side to see him not under the sheets with me, but standing by the fireplace, staring into the flames with bags under his eyes. I slowly rose from the bed and covered my mouth as another yawn escaped me. Damien? At the sound of my voice, Damien looked over, eyes glazed over in exhaustion. I could tell that something had kept him up, so I slid my legs off of the bed and walked over to him, wrapping my arms around him. What's wrong? I looked up into his violet and blue eyes, trying to find an answer within them despite it being impossible. Whatever it was that kept him up, I wanted to know and tried to help. Still, Damien remained silent. Damien? His arms, however, wrapped themselves around my form and gently pulled me against his body, leaning his forehead against mine. With a soft, tired sigh, Damien closed his eyes and gave me a small squeeze.
Did you sleep well?
I nodded, but remained concerned. If something was wrong, I wanted to know and try to help him get over it. Still, Damien said nothing and just smiled at me.
Good. That's good.
But what about you? I needed to know what was wrong. Something about Damien didn't seem to be okay, and I wanted to see what I could do. Damien simply stared down at me, exhaustion plaguing his eyes before shaking his head.
Nothing's wrong. At least, I don't think so.
Huh? Then why do you look so tired? Damien pressed his lips together and looked down at the space between us almost in shame. What was he hiding?
I didn't sleep much last night. Sorry.
Damien, what's going on? I furrowed my eyebrows and cupped his cheeks. He was warm, probably from sitting in front of the fire for a long while. Still, I was now worried for Damien. Maybe you should head back to bed and try to catch some sleep. Damien opened his mouth to speak, but was interrupted by the sound of a pounding fist at our door.
Oi! Got some food! Let us in!
Rise and shine!
Damien and I stared at the door before holding hands and circling around the bed to sit on the edges of it. As we settled into the mattress, Damien called out, masking his exhaustion.
Come in.
The door opened to reveal the other incubi and their wives, who began to slowly file in each with a plate of food in their hands. Carrie and Sam, however, had two each and passed us their extra plates.
There you go.
Thanks, Carrie.
There you go, bro.
Thank you, Sam.
The group settled into the room, making themselves comfy whether they were standing or sitting on the bench. As I looked down at the plate in my hands, I took note of the food on it: jerky, cheese, fruit, and bread. Simple. I began to chow down on the fruit as James cleared his throat.
So, we need to discuss training.
Sam and Matthew let out a simultaneous groan, obviously not in the mood to get into the conversation. James wanted to start up, of course.
Do we have to? Can't we wait until after breakfast?
As much as I would agree, we are strapped for time.
Matthew's so adorable.
We need to settle a plan, and soon.
Right.
We train like we used to do. Go and kick the bastard's ass, then we go home.
Oops.
We train like we used to do. Go and kick the bastard's ass, then we go home. Done.
Sam began to stuff his face, finished saying his piece as James pinched the bridge of his nose and let out a sigh of irritation. Carrie grabbed Sam's shoulder and shook it slightly, making him look up at her.
As awesome as you are, I don't think that'll be enough.
Indeed. We may be 5 strong, but we'd still be going up against the man who has always been stronger than all of us combined.
Right.
We need to think logically about this.
Well, not to bring up the elephant in the room, but aren't you guys kind of Downey brother? At least demon-wise?
Everyone looked over and I can't pronounce her name, I'm sorry. Taking in what she had said, she was right. Damien was human now and couldn't train like a demon, right? Damien looked down at his plate again and began to eat in silence. What was wrong? The others continued to chat, ignoring me and Damien.
While Damien may be human now, he can still fight.
Any human can fight, really, if you piss them off enough. I think Damien's got more of a reason to be pissed off than anyone else.
Yeah, all 5 of us can kick his ass! 4 demons in a human style!
I love how he said that.
Well, not exactly.
At that moment, everyone turned their heads to see Diana at the door. To my surprise, her expression was a very guilt-driven and regretful debonair. Something in my gut began to turn. What did Diana mean? What did she have in mind?
Not exactly?
You're not exactly down a brother. At least not in the sense
What?
you're insinuating.
Diana stepped further into the room, placing her hands together by her stomach and looking to Damien, who simply looked back at her with tired but stern eyes.
What do you mean?
What do you mean, Diana? Is he still a demon? The room began to fill with a tense aura, making it clear that Diana was going to drop some sort of bombshell on us. In a fit of discomfort, Sam rolled his shoulders and practically spat out at Diana.
Well, out with it.
With a heavy and low breath, Diana looked into Damien's piercing gaze, no longer able to hide what secret she was keeping.
Damien, can you read my mind right now?
Huh? Silence once again trickled into the air. I looked at Damien, now very confused and concerned. Did he still have his mind-reading abilities? I thought she turned him human. He wasn't a demon anymore, right? As I stared, Damien kept his gaze locked on Diana, concentrating on her. Eerily, slowly, his eyes began to widen with fearful dread. Was he able to read her mind after all? What? The next second became blurred as Damien pounced off of the bed and charged at Diana, slamming her into the wall by her neck.
You lied to me! Damien!
Hey!
You swore that I would be human!
What? She swore to us that he would be human. Diana, what the hell? I instantly stood lost in a state of shock from seeing Damien lock Diana in a fist chokehold, pressing her hard against the stone wall behind her. Naturally, Diana gripped Damien's fist, trying to pry it off of her.
Why can't I read your thoughts?
Desperate for her, Diana lifted her leg up and kicked Damien off of her, vaulting him back to slam into Sam and Carrie. Diana buckled to the ground, coughing wildly as Sam managed to catch Damien and keep them both upright as Carrie held onto the bench to keep from falling back. Damien! I instantly rushed over to Damien, pulling him from Sam's hold and wrapping my arms around him. He was shaking, and I caught sight of tears running down his cheeks as if he was trying to disbelieve what was happening.
What did you do to him?
Diana, you promised me. Diana lifted her head and grasped her neck. However, her expression wasn't one of rage, but still of deep regret. She knew that this would happen, and this was a deserved punishment. She expected this.
I never turned you human. I only drained you of your energy through a ritual. It was supposed to completely wipe out any need for energy, making you human, but you've never been completely transformed.
What? Damien attempted to lunge at Diana again, causing me to instinctively grip onto him and keep him back. None of this made sense. If he was still a demon, then eventually he would have needed energy, yet there was no point where he drained it from me. But Damien never felt like a demon. We've been practically magic-free for 2 years. That doesn't make sense.
I've had no magic, no mind reading for 2 years. I never felt the need to feed or drain any energy the entire time. How is this possible?
How is that possible?
You're in the demon world. This world is full of magic, strong enough to rekindle your abilities. The human world is too pure to give your body the power it needed to convert back to your demon state.
This entire situation became I can't pronounce that. Became I can't pronounce that. In confusion, Damien never became human. Diana didn't fulfill her end of the deal. What was going on? Damien eventually slumped into my arms, his adrenaline completely drained as he took in the truth of what had become of him. At the same time, the situation hit me as well. Damien was still a demon, unconsciously so, but still unchanged. A part of me was relieved, while the other part of me felt incredibly sorry for him.
I'm sorry.
No, you're not.
What? Damien looked up at Diana, eyes full of tired rage. Diana stared back, flinching at the sight. I could feel the anger revolving around Damien's body as I held him close to me, which in turn almost frightened me.
You'll never be sorry for anything. The Princess of Lilith is too prideful to give a damn about anyone but herself, and it's always been that way.
I could hear the venom snaking into his words as he struck them at the succubus. However, there was also deep pain and hurt. Who would it be? He had been living a lie, and the reality of the truth was crashing down around him.
Was it funny? Tricking me into believing you? Oh, it must have been. Because you fooled me for the past 2 years and managed to get away with my energy. You always get what you want, don't you?
Damien! He was right, this was unfair. Diana swore to make him human, and she tricked him into believing she had. Despite the cruel tone of Damien's words, Diana deserved to hear each one. Diana slowly stood and rubbed her neck, rogue tears running down her face, but her expression contorted to one of cold hatred.
Well, the joke's on me then. I returned to see my kingdom in flames and my family gruesomely slaughtered. So I guess I didn't get what I wanted either.
That caused silence to engulf the room. That news formed a dark pit in my stomach, forcing me to imagine such a scene and shake it out of my thoughts fiercely. Damien didn't speak. Instead, he moved and sat down on the bed, his head in his hands. As he curled over his knees, I followed, wrapping my arms around him comfortably. Damien's brothers, however, each took a step towards Diana.
Give Damien his energy back.
Impossible. Like hell it is! If he's still a demon, he needs his energy to fight.
I've spent the last 10 years fighting the Demon Lord with both of their energies. I'm not as powerful as I was then, so I no longer have the ability to give him anything without risking my life.
Who said we gave a damn about you?
Damn, Sam! Sam stepped up to Diana, leaning nose to nose with her. His anger flared around his body, giving an intimidating warning that he didn't seem to faze her.
You fucked over our brother. We don't give a shit about what happened because of your fuck-up. You're gonna fix this. Or else.
That's enough, Sam.
Yeah, I don't know what to say about this, dude. What the hell? Eric, seemingly the only sensible one of the group of incubi, grabbed onto Sam's shoulder and pulled him away from Diana. Sam gave in, still glaring at the succubus, before sitting down beside his wife on the bench. I, however, became torn. What was going to happen now? Damien was a demon again and was getting his powers back, yet Damien didn't want his powers back at all, even at the risk of being the odd brother out. The entire situation became became a mess of uncertainty and confusion that I had to lower my head and close my eyes for a moment. Diana wiped her eyes, letting out a small sigh before she glanced around the room.
I will do what I can to fix this issue. For now, however, you can correctly assume that the 5 of you are all demons and can fight with your incubus abilities.
With a cold glare, Diana locked eyes with Sam. As she spoke, Seto, who had only just entered the room, stepped behind Diana to add her intimidation.
And if any of you dare step up to me and threaten me again, you will not live to see the final battle.
Sam moved to stand, sudden anger flashing through his expression before Carrie grabbed a hold of his arm and pulled him back down to sit beside her. Diana closed her eyes and took a breath before crossing her arms and regaining her professional composure. The air was filled with anxious irritation, but we had to let it go. For now, we would hash everything out at a later time, but for now, we had to focus on what was going to bring me and Damien home. Diana ran a hand through her hair and looked around the room, pressing her lips into a fine line.
So, about all of you participating in the war, you all obviously need to train.
Everyone nodded in agreement to Diana's statement. While we weren't battle ready, we still needed to at least know how to defend ourselves. Diana, however, looked to me.
You, most of all.
Huh? Me? I was suddenly confused. How come I was the odd one out that had to be ready the most? The last thing I remembered about me training was that Diana was against the idea at all. Was against the idea altogether. Diana sighed and rubbed her temple.
Apparently, there are guidelines to breaking this curse. Not only do we have to kill the Demon Lord, but you have to be nearby when it happens for the curse to even break.
That makes no sense. Where did you learn this?
Shadow. He spent the night trying to find alternative ways to break your curse. Unfortunately, we didn't find anything of the sort, but we found the guidelines to breaking it.
Okay. Well, it still makes no sense.
Even while it doesn't, it's still better to be safe than sorry.
Fair.
I don't want to kill him and then still have you stuck here because of an error.
That's fair. I could only sigh and take it all in, so I had to be there when the Demon Lord fell. Great. Diana waved her hand dismissively through the air, breaking my potential thoughts.
Anyway, we can't have you dying on the way there, and we can't monitor you when we're in battle. You should at least know how to defend yourself. That's why we've come up with a solution.
Sorry.
Huh? What solution?
Simple. The other rebel leaders and Sarah have agreed that if you'd like a trainer to enhance your abilities, you can train with one of them.
As they had seen Seto step forward with a nod.
Each of the leaders is proficient in a different area of magic and battle strategy, good enough for self-defense. I can't speak for the others, but I can assure you that with Sarah's skill and training methods, you will be well prepared by the time the siege arrives.
Sarah nodded and bowed to me slightly. While I was flattered at the idea, did I really need a trainer? I knew Taekwondo, and I at least knew how to defend myself, demon or not. Then again, we were in the demon world where magic was the norm. What would the others teach me? Diana ran a hand through her hair, looking to the side as she listed off each leader and their skills.
Sergeant is a brute demon, bred from a nomadic tribe. He most likely teach you the ways of the brute demon, using your fists and speed to keep you alive. Shadow is, by definition, a shadow demon, so he'd probably teach you about dark magic, light manipulation, and assassination. Rabbit is a wild magic-based animal demon, using her animal-focused energy as her weapon. She'd probably teach you how to do the same. Faye? I am honestly not sure. I know they can change their size and use elemental magic as well, but to be honest, I do not know what they would teach you.
Maybe when I play this game on my own, when I finish Damien's route or Diana's route, I might see what kind of powers or something that Faye does, the one with the wings. I might see what she does sometime when I play this on my own. Cause I'm kind of curious. What does she do? Oh. Diana nodded. Shadow seemed very intelligent and knew the ins and outs of being sneaky and dodgy. It would definitely help in battle not to get hit and maybe take enemies by surprise. With that, Diana turned on her heels and left the room.
Finish eating. Afterwards, you should start training.
Alright. Everyone in the room nodded their affirmation as Diana and Seto left.
Well, it looks like we'll be busy for the next couple of days.
This'll be fun.
Man, training's gonna suck.
Right.
It'll be worth it, though.
Damien's right.
As we all finished eating, everyone left to either train or do things on their own. I left to start my own work, determined to be prepared for what was to come. The Demon Lord wasn't going to win. I wouldn't let him. Choosing Shadow defied almost every part of my moral compass. He seemed like a fantastical sociopath, lacking a care for anyone but the war and himself. Still, I had to admit his personality made me curious about his abilities. After all, he was the one that almost sent me back home through dying in the shadow. As the memory of the void filled my thoughts, I began to try and dissect how it was done. Were Shadow's doorways here? Was Shadow just that powerful? How exactly was he able to person Shadow into a void through the world? Maybe that was the reason why I chose him as my trainer. My curiosity about his abilities were pecking at me and I needed answers. Learning some of those abilities myself and was just the icing on the cake. I was guided to the library by a scout, most likely under orders, and found Shadow reading through scrolls on the table near the fireplace. Upon me entering, Shadow looked over.
Ah, there you are. Come, sit.
Shadow motioned a hand towards one of the seats almost dismissively as he continued to pore over what he was reading. I followed his directions and sat down in the chair watching him. For a full minute he said nothing. I watched as he read each line off of the scrolls before him and occasionally switched scroll to read what the others had written down on them. The handwriting was in scribbled Latin, so there was no way for me to understand it. However, I began to feel a little agitated. Weren't we supposed to be training? I decided to simply stand up, hopefully to catch his attention. However, as I attempted to, I felt myself unable to push off against the chair like I was stuck to the seat. Huh? I looked down at the chair I was in. It was a simple chair. How was I stuck? I wiggled a bit in my seat, nothing that I wasn't sitting on anything sticking, nor was anything keeping me down physically. What the hell? I attempted to stand once more, unable to move any further than a centimeter up from the seat before I needed to sit back down.
Do you understand now, human?
I looked up at Shadow, seeing him continue to visually ignore me, but noticed a small smirk on his lips. He was holding me down somehow.
When you can stand, we will begin.
My eyes widened. This was a test. This was an unfair trap of a test that I fell into, and now I had to find my way out. I had to figure out how he was trapping me to the chair and stand. This was going to be an adventure and a half. I looked down and around my body on the seat, seeing my shadow beneath me. It was pretty obvious that he was using my shadow to hold me down, but the question was, how was I going to break its hold? I took a moment to let my thoughts dissect the problem. He was holding me by the shadow. He had to have been. It only made sense. If I somehow made my shadow disappear, then this hold would vanish along with it. However, how was I going to do that? My shadow was beneath me, formed by the shape of my body in the firelight. Then it hit me, the firelight. I looked at the fireplace, seeing it burn bright from the fire within its mouth. It illuminated the room and gave every person and object a shadow. As I stared into it, my plan became set. I smirked and gripped the armrest and planted my feet onto the floor. I pulled the chair up onto one of its legs, pushing off the ground with my foot, and completely turned the chair around, facing away from it. My entire body became covered in shadow, but I knew my plan had worked. I no longer felt a hold on me, keeping me in the chair. My shadow vanished in the new darkness around me. I quickly pushed off of the chair, finally being able to stand. It seemed so freeing to be able to stand again, having been trapped in that chair. As I felt my body standing up straight, Shadow let out a impressed
Quicker than I anticipated.
Thank you. Thanks, dude. Oh, shit. I had to stare at Shadow like he had 5 heads. That'd be creepy if he did. As he turned to me, he smirked at my facial expression, causing me to fight back in the urge to snap at him.
I had to see how intelligent you were.
Oh, yeah?
I'm not going to waste time on someone who doesn't know how to use their brain.
Despite the insult, what the fuck, Shadow? I could feel that he was underhandedly complimenting me in some twisted way. I guess what I was able to pull out of his statement was that I was smart enough to fend for myself. I could tell that this was going to be both an annoying process, but at least an interesting one. Shadow shook his head and stepped away from the table and towards me. He gripped the chair I was on and turned it back around to face the fireplace before crossing his arms.
What I will be teaching you are mere basics of dark magic. You will be able to hide in plain sight, control your environment, and even defend against impossible odds. I expect you to use these abilities wisely. Understood?
I understand. I suddenly became excited I would be able to do all of those things. The idea of it all became rather fascinating, outright too good to be true. However, I was in a demon world. Anything was possible. I nodded and mentally prepared for whatever he threw my way. I wouldn't fall for another trap. If I fall if he put another trap on me, I would kick his ass. Shadow took in a breath and let out a silent sigh before closing his eyes. His body slowly became pitch black, covered by a wave of shadow. Despite the firelight on his body, his form slowly melted down into the ground and faded into the shadow of the table beside him. What? I became confused, but as I stood for a moment, there was only silence as a reply. Was this what he meant by using my brain? I had to copy him? How did he even do that? How was I going to even start trying? You're not gonna tell me how you did that, are you? I was once again greeted with silence, you ass, making me let out a sigh. I had to figure it out. I replayed the spell in my head from memory, trying to discern how he made himself into a shadow. Maybe I had to think about becoming a shadow? Did that even make any sense? I closed my eyes and tried to imagine darkness covering me. As stupid as it sounded, it was worth a shot. However, as I did, something in my nerves seemed to make me hesitate. I could sense a feeling of cold dread try and take over my body as I thought about the darkness. Was this something I was supposed to feel? I felt suddenly scared and started to second guess my desire to learn about dark magic.
Why are you hesitating?
Can you really blame me for hesitating, dude? I heard Shadow's voice rumble through the air, causing me to question the training. Did I want to go through with this? I shook my head. I needed to be brave about this. It was a new set of skills I could use in battle. I just had to take it slow. I closed my eyes again, took a deep breath, and focused on becoming a shadow. A cold feeling ran through my body, crawling over my skin and completely enveloping me in its embrace. Soon my entire body became surrounded in frozen numbness. As I opened my eyes, I gasped at the sight. Shadow was once again in front of me, but the room around us had become visually dark and misty, like I was in another world. My body felt light as I stepped towards my trainer in confusion. Shadow lifted an arm and gestured dismissively around us towards the environment.
Welcome to the Shadow Plane.
The Shadow Plane?
Indeed. Think of it as a copy of the real world. But no one lives here except shadows.
Interesting. I furrowed my eyebrows, still confused, but gasped as I heard quick footsteps rushing outside the door. I was shocked to see demons in black hoods and cloaks running back and forth along the hall. What the hell?
Those are my scouts. They use this plane to travel without being hindered by other beings. They're much quicker this way.
Yeah. I looked at the ground, seeing it coated completely black in darkness. How was I able to be here if this was a new plane? I thought I was trapped in the demon world. How can I be here if I'm cursed?
This plane is part of the demon world, so the curse does not affect you coming here.
Yeah.
We are currently shadows of the real world, untouchable and barely traceable.
Okay. I nodded, taking in what he was saying, so I was able to roam around now and not be seen. That was an interesting power. Shadow began to walk out of the room, ushering me to follow him.
Come, you will see the benefit of this world in action.
I quickly followed, excited to see what we were going to do. Where would we go? What was he going to show me? Shadow and I walked quietly through the halls. I could faintly see the outlines of people who were not in the shadow plane and became shocked to see Shadow simply pass through them as if they weren't there. Oh god, that made me feel really weird. As a couple of people passed through me, I felt instinctively strange but physically felt nothing. It was like I was a ghost. We truly were shadows. As we arrived at the war room, Shadow stopped me and peered inside me. I crouched and looked through the door as well, hiding out of instinct. Hi, Diana. Inside were Diana, and a person covered by cloak. Diana's face painted the situation's emotion very clearly as one of agitation towards the girl who stood before her at attention.
Shama, I understand that he didn't accept it, but where did you take it?
I was told to throw it away.
Your master told you to throw it away?
Oh.
As I said, ma'am.
I accidentally cut her off. Diana gazed at the hooded figure, burying her stare into her soul. However, Diana could only sigh. What was Diana asking about? What did the figure throw away?
Very well. You are dismissed.
The demon bowed and left the room, passing through me in shadow. It still felt weird that people were able to go through me, but I shook it out as Shadow cleared his throat.
Scare the succubus.
What? I looked up at Shadow, surprised at his demand. However, his cold gaze pierced back into mine, letting me know that he was serious about what he asked of me. I instantly became nervous and a little fearful. I had to scare Diana. How? The idea of appearing behind her came to mind, but Shadow seemed to know what I was thinking.
Scare her from this plane.
Now things became complicated. This was a space where I was just walking through people. How was I going to even face her in this world? By messing with her shadow. I looked into the room, taking note of everything. The light in the room was pretty bright. Her shadow was cast against the wall, mimicking Diana's actual movements. Was I able to do anything with that? What about the light in the room? Was it possible to dim the lights like a ghost? It seemed a bit complicated, but it could be fun. I took a moment to think before deciding. It's actually more fun to mess with her shadow. It seemed like the most simple plan, so I decided to go through with it. I quickly rushed in and hugged the wall next to Diana's shadow with a closer view. The shadow seemed almost as detailed as the real person. Every strand of hair had a pigment of darkness. It was kind of cool the more I stared, but I had the job to do. I focused on her head, noting the horns God, I can't pronounce that. From it, the shadow made it look like she had ears. Fairly cute. Maybe that could do something? I raised a hand and ran my fingers along the horns of her shadow, hoping to grasp it somehow. Suddenly, I shot my head at Diana as she released a moan. She bent over the table, gripping the horn. I caressed via shadow with a slightly shaky hand. What the hell? Did I do that? Diana looked around, her face as red as a tomato. Oh, she's so cute. Were her horns a weakness? Diana, I love you. I grazed my fingers along her shadow against over her other horn out of curiosity. Diana gripped her other horn and bent over further, hiding her horns in her shadow. Damn. However, I became mildly excited I could touch her without touching her. This made no sense, but it was working. I could only guess that this was the power of shadow demons. Diana stood up straight, taking in a breath before letting out a sigh.
Dear, I know you're there.
What the hell? How did she know? As Shadow switched to the real world, I felt my body force itself back as well, like I had run out of energy. I finally felt warmth consume my body, making me feel dizzy and lightheaded. What?
She's done quite well. She went into the shadow plane without much hesitation.
I hesitated a little bit at first, but okay, we'll go with that.
I see.
I naturally hugged the wall, feeling the after effects of the transfer dance over my body like rippling waves of wind. It felt so strange. I knew I still had a lot of energy, but I wasn't able to stay in the shadow plane for long.
I'm surprised she managed to stay there for as long as she did. I expected her to phase out before we came here.
To do what, exactly?
Shadow stared at Diana blankly before turning towards the door and walking out.
Come. We have more work to do, human.
Diana's face! Oh god. Oh gosh. The irritated... Oh god, I love you, Diana. The irritated look on Diana's face looked semi-hilarious, but I shook my head and ran after Shadowpunk to learn more. How did I do all of that?
Curious, are you?
Well, yeah, I am your student after all. I want to know. As we walked back to the library, Shadow looked to me and gave a slight smirk.
You are quite interesting for a human.
Oh yeah? I felt a bit flattered and ran a hand behind my neck, bearing a shy smile. I had to admit I was acting like a little girl who had just learned about candy. Still, I had a very good reason. I did something I never imagined I could do. It was well worth the excitement. Shadow shook his head and let out a sigh.
While it is impossible for us to touch anyone in the shadow plane, let alone assassinate them, it is very possible to distract them, or affect the light sources of the world.
Like how I did?
Indeed. A shadow is more than just a reaction to light. It is also a part of a person's being, able to be used to, let's just say, get a message across.
Right. So I can't kill anyone from the shadow plane?
No, but you can very easily make them feel as if they aren't alone, putting them on alert and giving you a good chance to kill them while they're distracted.
Okay. I took a moment to take in what he meant. I could see how manipulating the shadows were a great benefit in battle. However, apparently I had a time limit for how long I could be in the shadows. At least it wasn't entirely overpowered, right? The remainder of the day became focused on me manipulating light and shadow in the library. While being in the shadow plane was fun, it was only effective if the targets of my movements were either sources of light or had distinct shadows of their own. At the end of the day, I was exhausted. Who knew that using dark magic would be so difficult? Still, I guess that I had potential, or else I wouldn't have succeeded in passing the test Shadow threw at me. I had to be proud of that much. I slumped and fell onto the ground exhausted. I definitely used up a lot of energy, and it was a foreign feeling to me as a human. It was like my body became heavier with each breath I took, but it wasn't entirely painful. Good. A small huff caused me to look over at Shadow, seeing him stare at me intensely with crossed arms. What is it, dude? What is it, Shadow? What?
For a human, you have a large amount of energy. I'm surprised you're not a witch.
I felt a little bolstered by the statement, despite how strangely it was phrased. I guess Shadow really couldn't genuinely compliment anyone. I wondered why. I had much to learn, but was excited for the next day as my training ended and I was sent to my room. Oh boy. I still cannot believe Diana did not keep her word on making Damien human instead of a demon. I still can't wrap my head around that. I channeled my energy forward through the hall, wanting so much to go back to the room, flop onto the bed and sleep. However, something in my gut stopped me from moving as I approached my bedroom door. Huh? Something felt wrong. What's wrong? Whether it was something in the air or my natural instinct screaming at me, something was throwing me off and I couldn't pin down why. As a pained groan escaped the room, my suspicions were confirmed. I peeked into the bedroom to see Damien curled up in bed, gripping his head and pressing his knees to his chest. Damien, what's wrong? Damien! I swear if this game makes me cry again, I don't know. I rushed over and knelt by the bed, now instantly worried. What was happening with him? As I got close, however, Damien jutted his hands out, facing his palm to me in a tense position.
Stop! Don't!
What? I'm trying to help. Oh, my heart! I froze in place. His face was contorted to one of extreme pain, gritting his teeth and crushing his eyebrows together in a tight expression of agony. I couldn't tell what was going on, but whatever it was torturing him. What is going on, Damien? Damien violently shook his head, digging his fingers further into his head.
Please, just stop!
What? Okay. I won't do anything. Oh, my heart. I let every part of my body become still. My thoughts, my limbs, everything apart from breathing and blinking. If Damien was hearing thoughts again, then he was probably getting bombarded with a castle's worth of them, and I needed to make sure I wasn't adding to the pressure. Ugh. Damien opened an eye to me, glazed over in tears, and smiled ever so slightly, knowing exactly what I was doing.
Thank you.
No problem. I let my emotions rumble in my chest as I nodded with a smile. I understood him perfectly. After all, I was going to be his wife. However, a full minute passed and nothing had changed. I began to instinctively worry, but I forced the feeling into my chest and continued to let my head remain empty of thought. Damien attempted to take deep breaths, trying to calm down further, but to no avail. Hearing him in pain hurts my heart, dude. I became even more worried than ever. What was I supposed to do?
Liberamente tua.
Diana? The sound of Diana's voice echoed through the room, forcing me to turn around and look at her as she stood in the doorway. She stared hard at Damien, holding a hand out to him. Her fingers and palm began to glow, a dark purple color like a flame dancing over her skin. Okay, that artwork though. Oh gosh. Damien slowly rolled onto his knees, slowly rolled onto his knees on the bed while I can't read, still gripping his head and growling to himself as Diana slowly approached him, holding her hand closely to his forehead, tilting his head to his forward tilting head.
Liberamente tua.
The flames around Diana's hand sparkled, intensifying in its glow as Damien winced and hissed out from a sting of pain. I continued to remain still, not wanting to add to the pressure in Damien's head, but confused as to what was Diana doing. What are you doing, Diana? Very slowly, Damien's head began to glow in the same purple color before a stream of purple energy began to trickle. I don't know if I pronounced that right, from him towards Diana's hand. As it connected, the energy around Damien's head began to fade at last, and Damien's tense form began to relax. Diana tensed her hands and caused the flame around her skin to warp around itself, forming an orb above her palm as she turned it towards her. As it settled into a physical purple ball, she grasped it and let it shatter in her hand. What? Glass and blood began to trickle from her close grip as Damien finally released a breath of air, slamming his hands down on the mattress beneath him and curling himself further over his knees. Damien! I instinctively reached over and placed my hands on his arms, feeling the cold sweat run down them from the struggle he was fighting against earlier. He was paler than before, but his face slowly melted to an expression of calm relief. I looked back at Diana, seeing her lift her hand to her mouth and lick over her new wounds. Blood trickled down her arm, but she managed to catch most of it with her tongue, unfazed by Damien's sudden relaxation or my stare. What did you do? Diana kept her focus on her arm and hand as she replied.
I did something that his brothers should have done a long time ago. Placed a barrier on his mind.
A barrier? What? I furrowed my eyebrows in confusion, not understanding what she meant. As Diana finally looked back at me, she let out a sigh at my expression.
He can read minds, but he can't control it.
Oh!
However, imagine putting a bubble around his thoughts. He wouldn't be able to hear anything but his own. This is precisely what I have done.
Oh, then what was that energy you pulled from him?
That was something that shouldn't have been there. It's nothing to be concerned about. Right, Damien?
I'm so confused about this whole thing. What? Again, I became more confused. However, I looked up to Damien to see him looking up at Diana with almost a forced, thankful look. I could tell he was grateful for the assistance, but I could tell he was still angry with her.
However, that spell won't last forever. He'll need to maintain it using energy. But I'm sure you can provide that, correct?
Right. I was lost, but I understood what she was saying, nodding in acknowledgement. This whole story about Damien is really confusing me. I can't. I wasn't going to question it anymore. Everything was going to be sorted out eventually, and I could tell that just adding more answers would only make organizing everything in my head much more chaotic. Right. Diana then turned on her heels and walked towards the door. Before she left, however, she turned back and looked to Damien.
Be careful how much you feed. You've been without energy for too long. You'll be craving soon.
With those haunting words, Diana finally left the room as Damien laid his head on mine. He let out a tired sigh as I looked up at him, lost as ever. Oh, Damien. Just from his expression, I could tell that he was just beyond relieved to be out of whatever torture the mind reading had forced upon him. It was something he never wanted, and yet he had to endure it for the day until Diana blocked his mind. Why she didn't do it before was beyond me, but at least he was okay now. The more I thought about it, the more a part of me began to question this situation. If Damien Damien could block out his mind reading, then would it be possible for him to want to be a demon again? As a demon, he had many interesting abilities. Then again, it was his decision, and from what he had told me about his past, he didn't wish to relive any of relive. Wow, I can't read. Relive any of it with the skin he was born in. I still feel bad with how he grew up from what we learned in the first Seduce Me game. Oh gosh, I still feel bad for him. I let out the inner conflict wane as I cupped Damien's cheek, feeling him nuzzle into it. Right now, Damien needed some tender, loving care, and I needed to provide it. Are you okay?
I am now.
Okay, I could hear the ease drip from his voice, making me smile. He was okay now. I slowly climbed into bed with him and wrapped my arms around his body, feeling him cuddle into my embrace, and let out a hum of joy at the feeling. It was cute to see him like this, but then again, he was cute to begin with. The cute little cinnamon roll, okay. Another reason why I loved him. I ran my hands slowly through his hair as I let him settle down from the ordeal he went through. I could tell he was exhausted just like I was. However, he began to speak, making me awaken enough to pay attention to him.
I've been having nightmares too.
You have? I looked down at Damien as he nodded and looked up at me. The dark circles under his eyes were much more prominent the closer I was to him, making me frown a bit at the sight. Still, he continued.
Some sort of shadow kept visiting me and taunting me for my choices. It would change shape every time, and just now, it only helped in making my mind-reading abilities worse.
Oh God, Damien! Damien! I gave Damien a small squeeze, making him lead up and kiss my cheek before nuzzling his head into my shoulder, continuing.
I didn't want to worry you with it because I thought it was a side effect to becoming human. But I guess it was right. I was always a demon.
Oh, my heart. I frowned even further and nuzzled his head gently. It's gone now, right? There's nothing you need to worry about anymore.
I know.
Oh, just hearing about this is hurting my heart. I can't. Damien and I held it onto each other, both settled into the situation we were under. This was a large step for us, and we had to somehow deal with them, most likely after we returned to the demon world. Would Damien get used to being a demon once again, or will he demand to try and become a human once more? I couldn't say for sure. The exhaustion that plagued us took over us at last, driving us to sleep within each other's arms. I half expected the night to be uneventful, but my thoughts began to plague me, trying to disassemble all of my discoveries and everything that happened to us in my subconscious. We were in a demon world, and Damien was back to being a demon, which, despite the fact that he never actually became human in the first place, even though Diana said that she had done it. She lied. I don't think I'm gonna get over that, dude. I'm not. The dizzying psycho confusion waved around each thought, making them spin as I tried to organize and dissect them.
There's no use in trying, dear. You'll only become more confused in the end.
Diana's voice rang out in the air, causing me to look around in surprise at the dark. Diana?
Keep telling yourself that, dear. Whatever helps you sleep.
Huh? Now you're just confusing me. I spun around the space trying to pin down where her voice was coming from, but saw nothing but the black color of my imageless dreams greet me as I did. Still, Diana's voice rang out to me loud and clear as if she was there watching and speaking to me somewhere nearby. Was this only meant to confuse me more? What do you want?
What do you think, dear? I'm here to haunt you and tell you how your life is a complete mess now that Damien is back to being a demon. Oh, wait. He was never human in the first place.
I sneered at the dark, unbelieving what I was hearing. He might as well have been. He didn't have magic or mind reading or anything, so he was close enough.
Something tells me that you're actually happy about the turn of events, no?
Huh? What?
Think about it.
What do you mean?
With his powers. He's not a boring human. He can enthrall you and use magic and protect you forever and ever without worrying about human trivialities.
What the fuck? I took a moment to myself, taking in what the voice proclaimed in Diana's voice. While it was true that Damien and I accepted his humanity, a part of me was rather excited to see him as a demon again. Maybe it was the nostalgia of meeting him as a demon, or maybe it was because it was part of him I loved that made me happy. I couldn't tell. At my silence, the voice in the air chuckled deeply.
See? There's nothing wrong with a little demon power. What was Damien thinking?
At the moment, my mind began to cloud with agreement. What was Damien thinking? Why desire to be a human? Humans were weaker than demons, and he could do so many things now that he had a barrier around his mind reading. He didn't have to give up his powers now, and everything would be completely okay. The voice disappeared, leaving the thought of Damien engraved in my dreams. He ran through my mind as the night passed to morning the next day. Like, what the hell? It's like it's making me more worried. I woke up to Damien still in my arms while the grudginess of the morning overtook my body and made me feel like going back to sleep. Something about Damien in my arms made me keep my eyes open. He seemed at peace, finally having some shut-eye and getting proper rest. I felt a wave of happiness run through me, but at the same time I couldn't help but remember the voice in my dreams. Damien was a demon. Damien? I said Damien. Wow. Demon. Wow. I can't read. I ran my fingers through Damien's hair, becoming lost in thought once again. Was I being selfish, or was I just being positive? Damien seemed to only hate his mind reading, and that was taken care of. At the same time, a wave of reality washed over my moral compass. Damien had to be the one to decide. It was his body, and he was the one ultimately living in it. But was it even possible to even become human? The question crossed my mind, then settled in as I stared at the far wall. Would Damien even have a choice? Well, if there was no choice in the matter, then Damien was set to live a happier life with his mind-reading ability under a barrier. I'd just have to give him energy, which didn't seem to be a big deal. As Damien nuzzled my shoulder in his sleep, I looked down at him and smiled. Yeah, it was okay. Hey, Diana. I rolled my eyes but stopped as I managed to spot Diana at the doorway holding 2 plates of food and leaning against the door frame. The food looked delicious, but the intrusion was out of place. Diana? Diana placed a finger on lips before walking over and gently placed the food she brought onto the table near the bed. Being careful not to make a noise, Damien seemed to cuddle closer despite obviously smelling the food by the wiggle of his nose. I couldn't help but smile and nod to Diana, combing my fingers through Damien's hair as Diana crossed her arms and watched, lowering her voice to barely above a whisper to speak to me.
You seem to be in a good mood.
I nodded, looking up at the succubus as I gently gave Damien a squeeze. Yeah, Damien got some sleep, which is what he needed. I took the moment to look down at Damien's sleeping face, seeing how innocent and peaceful it was. The dark circles under his eyes seemed to have vanished, causing another relaxed wave to rush over me.
Have you given him any energy?
I shook my head, not remembering at all ever giving him energy. Whether he took energy in our sleep was something I would be unaware of, so I could only assume that he had not taken it away from me at all. Diana pressed her lips together before looking to Damien.
You'll need to feed him energy soon.
I know. Diana nodded in reply before turning on her heel and walking to the door before she crossed the threshold. However, she looked back at me over her shoulder.
I'm curious about something.
What is it? For a moment, hesitation took over Diana's expression before she settled into her curiosity and asked,
What are your thoughts about him being a demon once again?
I stared at Diana, seeing the curiosity burn in her eyes. My grip slightly tightened around Damien as I let my thoughts try and construct an answer. At the same time, I wasn't entirely 100% sure myself. I don't know. I'm happy he's a demon. He wants to be human. Wants to be human. At the end of the day, Damien desired to be human above anything else. He made that clear when we met, and I wanted to respect his decision. Hell, I fell in love with him even as he became human. He and I were closer that way. Diana stared at me for a moment before nodding acknowledgement and leaving the room, closing the door behind her. That was an interesting interaction. Okay. Looking down at Damien's sleeping form, he had turned his head in his sleep, so I could only see the top of his orange head. I smiled slightly and kissed the top of his head, causing him to stir a bit in my arms. Cute. At the end of it all, I wanted what was best for us, and that was something we had to deal with together. Whether or not this ended with being human or not was up in the air, but for now I had the responsibility of caring for him. Damien gently squeezed my form, allowing me to take in that he was awake now, and looked up at me with tired eyes.
Good morning.
Hey, you. I couldn't help but smile at his expression. He was an early bird, but the rare occasion where I caught him more entranced in sleep than me were moments I found so adorable. Good morning, sleepyhead. Damien blushed a bit cute before crawling up a bit and kissing me sweetly. I smiled wider against his lips and wrapped my arms around him, melting into the kiss lovingly. It had been years since I felt an incubus's energy drain, so to feel my energy snake over my nerves and into my lips felt odd. I had to get used to it again for now, and I tightened my arms around Damien to keep from pulling away from the slight surprise it brought me. As we slowly pulled away, I could see a tint of gold coursed through Damien's eyes as he looked down at me and licked his lips. A red tint blushed over my cheeks. Was my energy that delicious? What did it even taste like? Oh gosh. That dialogue. I can't. That dialogue, I can't. But, there we go. Before I could ask, however, Damien sat up and stretched his arms over his head, letting out a small yawn trickle from his throat. When he relaxed, he looked towards the table, seeing the food Diana brought us.
Oh, wow. Did you make that?
I looked over before shaking my head. Diana came and delivered it to us. Damien observed the plates for a bit as he listened to me before rolling out of bed and going over to the table and lifting the plates off of them. As he turned back to me, I took the time to sit up in bed, leaning back against the bedpost. Damien passed a plate to me and sat beside me, placing his own plate on his lap and eating what was prepared for us. I, however, watched for a moment, wondering what was going on in his head. What did he think about this whole thing? He seemed to be in better shape than he was before this, which was good. Was he easily adjusting back to being a demon? A part of me felt a bit happy at the idea, while the other part of me tried to be realistic. This was temporary, maybe. As Damien caught me staring, he looked up at me and stopped eating, causing me to flinch from being caught and start eating my own food.
What is it? You were staring at me. What's wrong?
Aww. You're just so handsome. I didn't necessarily want to make this a big deal, so I avoided it by being cute. While my compliment was true, it was still a cover-up. Luckily, since Damien couldn't read my mind, he wouldn't know that. Damien smiled a bit and rubbed the back of his neck.
And you look beautiful.
Another wave of red crashed over my cheeks, making me grin from ear to ear. He was so sweet to me. How did I deserve him? Damien and I continued to eat and eventually separated for training, him to his brothers and me towards my own training session. As soon as I arrived at the library, the train, I stopped when I heard Diana's voice erupt from it.
Where is the flower?
I believe you were already informed as to what happened to it.
Do not tell me you are blind to its significance.
Huh? I peeked into the room, confused as to what was going on. Diana, with a face full of irritated anger, leaned against the mantel of the fireplace as shadow poured over his scrolls as he usually did. He didn't even look at Diana as he spoke, disinterested in the topic of the conversation.
It wasn't needed for the gate spell, so it was deemed unnecessary.
You do realize that flower is...
It wasn't needed for the gate spell, so it was deemed unnecessary. It was tossed out as a result of that judgment.
You do realize that flower is one of very few out there in this plane, correct?
And this should bother me... why?
I could practically cut through the tension in the air with a knife. The way they spoke to each other spoke volumes of their disdain for one another. Why was that the case, though? They were working on the same cause, for the same cause. Diana almost snarled, which surprised me.
It should bother you, because as consequence of your thoughtless action, I am putting your scouts in charge of finding another.
And why would I allow this?
Oh, shoot. I watched as a dark purple and black flame slowly emanated from Diana's body, causing Shadow to look over, straighten up, and take in the sight.
Because while you are their commanding officer, I am the head of this entire rebellion, and my orders outrank yours.
Yikes. Diana glared hard at Shadow, but I could feel the intensity of her glare from the doorway, making a hard shiver run up my spine. Where did this Diana come from? I recognized her tone, but didn't want to imagine that this was the real her. As Shadow finally sighed, the tension died a bit.
As you wish. Another will be found without delay.
Diana's aura faded as she let out a sigh, calming down from her angry display. Something was wrong with how Diana presented herself. Still, she altered her tone.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Shadow only stared coldly at Diana as she pushed herself away from the fireplace and walked towards the door. Panicked to be found out for eavesdropping, I stepped out of my hiding spot as if I had just arrived, looking into the room. Diana stopped at the sight of me but closed her eyes and continued walking, arching around me to get by.
Excuse me.
I watched as Diana left before walking into the library, now concerned.
You know, you are a terrible spy.
Oops. Huh? I looked at Shadow, realizing he knew that I had been listening to what had happened and grimaced. Crap. I rubbed the back of my head, trying to calm myself of the embarrassment nerves racing in my head. Sorry, I was curious about what was happening.
It's nothing to be concerned with, just a waste of time, really. I expect you not to do that again. Do you understand?
Yes, sir. It was better not to question it for now. I would learn eventually, but if Shadow wasn't going to tell me now, there was no way I would be able to force an answer out of him. Right? Shadow looked to me, observing me for a moment before nodding and turning from the table.
Well then, shall we begin?
I nodded, prepared to face whatever he had in store for me. What took me off guard was something coming up suddenly behind him and placing a knife at my throat. What?
Dead.
I froze. What did she mean? Shadow crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow.
Shama, a little too early.
As the person released me and moved the knife away from my throat, I turned with a hard glare to see the cloaked woman who had been talking to Diana before. She obediently looked to Shadow.
I apologize, sir.
Back to your place.
Shama bowed and quickly formed herself into a shadow, fading into the ground. I instinctively began to follow suit, but Shadow cleared his throat.
Pay no mind to that.
No, you can't just say that. What was that? I had a knife held at my throat without any warning. I was not prepared, and while that may have been some messed up point about war and not being prepared, Shadow was watching and could have stopped it. The only thing that ran through my mind was how my body suddenly became filled with adrenaline. I can't read. Shadow stared blankly at the question and at me.
A misfired trap. Shama is meant to surprise attack you after I teach you your next lesson. Obviously there was a miscalculation, but that'll be fixed and done properly after the lesson is given.
I understood wanting to be ready the next time it happened, but something caught my attention, drawing my focus away from his words. As I stared at Shadow, I faintly noticed his hair swaying slightly in the air on his head. What the? There was no wind in the room. How was it moving? I focused my attention on his hair, wondering what it was doing as Shadow raised an eyebrow at me.
What are you staring at?
I shook my head and avoided it. Why was I focusing on his hair? It was hair. As I thought that, however, his ponytail suddenly began to move, like a hand tapping its fingers on Shadow's shoulder and on his waist. Whoa! I jumped back, pointing at his hair and earning a smug smile from Shadow. Why is your hair doing that? As Shadow suddenly glared at me, I tensed up.
Are you more interested in the hair or in your training?
I kept my mouth shut. I wasn't going to get anywhere by getting distracted, just like with my curiosity with Diana. If this was another lesson, then Shadow was teaching me properly. Still, my curiosity pecked wildly at me, wanting me to desperately ask about it. As I stared at his hair, I could feel something frightening coil around my nerves. I didn't want to ask. It was better not to. Sorry, I'll pay attention. Shadow nodded, rolling his shoulders, forming a pure black dagger in his hand. As he looked at me, I understood what he wanted me to do. Having watched his hand carefully, he was not one to actually talk me through anything. Of course he's not. I focused on my hand, trying to imagine a dagger forming within it. I rounded my hand to form a shadow across my palm, knowing that I needed darkness to help give it shape. Slowly but eventually, the hilt of the dagger formed in my hand, allowing me to grasp it. The blade quickly jutted out of the end, finally completing its formation before I lowered it to my side and looked up at Shadow.
Become aware of your surroundings.
Right.
Your opponent is using the shadow plane, so you're at a disadvantage. But you can still defend yourself, as long as you pay attention.
Right. That was why my attention was so important. I mentally wanted to slap myself for letting my curiosity take a hold of me. Now was not the time to mope, however, I had to focus. I nodded before looking around, trying to figure out how I was going to find Shama and defend myself before she got to me and killed me. I wasn't sure how shadows got around in the other plane, but I was going to find out. I looked to the ground, not seeing anything pass by me, then looked to the light sources. If I remembered anything from the day before, it was that you needed to control the light to distract your target or protect your shadow from being used. I held my breath, trying to focus on the lights versus hearing my breathing whisper through the room. I wasn't going to let her take advantage of me. Suddenly, I faintly hear her flame whip to the side, causing me to turn and see Shama rushing at me with her knife. I quickly paired, pushing her back.
Good. Again.
As quickly as she had came, Shama vanished once again to hide. I could tell I was going to get a workout. Soon enough, she began to attack in plain sight, turning the room dark. Even used my shadow against me, I had to maneuver around it all. I continued to fend off her attacks for the entire day until I was excused to my room for the night. I traded towards my room, admiring the decor as my mind wandered to Damien. I began to wonder how his training was going. Was he adjusting to his powers once again? Was he holding back? The idea of him using his powers seemed a bit thrilling. It had been years since he used them after all. What kind of attacks could he do now, especially in the demon world?
Oh, many things can happen in this world. You're limiting the possibilities so much.
Huh? I stopped walking, suddenly feeling the room dim a bit as I looked around for the voice. It wasn't Diana, I knew that for a fact, but how was the voice in my dreams back to haunt me? Was it like how it was able to communicate with me in the human world? I looked around for a mirror but found none in sight.
Again, you limit the powers of magic, dear. Everything, nothing. Sometimes I don't know myself.
What? I could only glare into the dark, tensing up and preparing myself for a fight. The laughter that echoed from the dark only made me ease up a slight inch.
So eager to fight. Too bad you're not as wise as you are brash.
You're creeping me out, dude. Why don't you just leave me alone?
Because this is entertaining. This little game of will he, can he is just too interesting to pass up. Only a fool would ignore this kind of intrigue.
Oh, gosh. Then why pretend to be Diana? A lingering silence filled the room, making it that much more creepy. Something about this wasn't right, and I began to feel chills just from standing in that same spot. No one was around to witness me, and I was feeling like prey about to be struck at. At last, a deep chuckle invaded my ears.
Because, dear, I'm what you fear the most.
What?
Think about it. Or should I replay my little rape scene for you again?
What? I froze, realizing what she meant. She gave me that horrid nightmare and made me watch it. I knew that something had been wrong with it, outside of it being completely just disgusting in the first place, but to think that it was induced by whatever this thing was. I practically snarled at the dark. That was you?
You sound so confident. It feels so good to be recognized.
I began to prepare an attack, but found myself faltering due to the exhaustion from my training. The harder I tried, the more the room around me began to spin. I had to stop myself not wanting to faint in the hallway. The voice in the air chuckled heartily at my struggle, making me grimace and glare harder at the dark.
Oh, I can't wait until you realize who I actually am. The expression on your face will be just so tantalizing.
What the fudge? The game was becoming too insane. This was some voice in my head taunting me and laughing at my struggles to make it stop playing games with me. The voice only laughed.
I don't need to tell you anything, dear. You'll have to figure out that little detail on your own.
How? What's stopping me from just ignoring you?
You can't. I'm always there, tickling your brain and reminding you of what you truly believe.
This is giving me chills. What the hell? With those last taunting words in my mind, the voice finally vanished. The light of the hallway grew back to its original glow. I took a breath, looking around and taking in the sight of everything as I realized I was alone once more. How much time had passed? I could only grimace and shake my head, holding it. This was a major issue, but would I be able to fix this on my own, or would I need help? Damien had problems of his own to deal with. What if I approached Diana about it? I started my journey back to my room with the thoughts in my head. What the hell was haunting me? Some kind of ghost, a magical entity?
Come on! Guess! Just guess!
Huh?
How am I supposed to know?
Huh? I stopped walking at the sound of Faye and Settle's voice reverberating through the hall around the corner, breaking my thoughts. They sounded intoxicated. I looked around the corner to see Settle, Faye, and to my surprise, Damien sitting on the ground by the bedroom door. Damien's face was as pink as a peach, matching Settle and Faye's intoxicated faces, but his eyes were glimmering in gold. Had Damien been drinking? He didn't seem to be affected by the chatter between Settle and Faye.
How am I supposed to know which one you have?
Are they drunk?
I could have both!
See, even he agrees that's not fair.
What the freak? I pressed myself against the wall, listening further. Why were they all drunk, and what were they even talking about?
I will say, though, that human girl is just mega super duper powerful, you know?
What?
I'll say, you.
Settle gave Damien a nudge before taking a swing from a seemingly almost empty bottle before continuing to speak to my Incubus.
You got really lucky to land a girl like her. Powerful, feisty, smart. She's like a human version of my lady.
Oh, don't even start talking about Diana, you crazy puppy.
I'm not a puppy.
Yes, you are. You are a puppy. Oh my god. It's so cute. Oh my god. You are a puppy. I shook my head, stifling a bit of a laugh. This was a little amusing to overhear.
No. She's nothing like her.
Huh? I stared over at Damien, seeing him run a finger along the rim of the bottle, eyes deep in thought.
She isn't a demon. She's a human, pure and perfect. She would never hurt me or do anything cruel to me.
My heart slightly melted at his words. He really thought that about me.
I loved her ever since I met her, and she's been there for me for everything. She made me human. Well, almost human anyway.
Damien? Settle nudged Damien again, laughing a bit.
Well, my lady tried to turn you human. You can't say she didn't try.
Not without making the one I love choose something horrible and give her our energy.
Hey now.
Oh, get off your high horse, puppy boy. Diana's got him inside and you know it. I'm not surprised she tricked him into giving her that energy.
But I still love her, even when she's mean to me.
I think that's called masochism.
Damien? I finally turned the corner facing the three as they looked up at me. As Damien's eyes locked into mine, I could feel a very weak enthrallment attempt to wrap around my core, but it almost felt sloppily done, allowing me to break through it without even trying. Suddenly, my face scrambled up and pointed at Damien.
It was his fault!
Huh? Before I could make them stop, the pair of demons practically sprinted down the hall and out of sight around the far corner, leaving me and Damien alone. I pressed my lips together and walked towards Damien, seeing him gaze hard into my eyes in intent to enthrall me. Damien, what happened? He wasn't answering, and I could tell that he was trying to make the enthrallment happen. Still, I remained unfazed. I sighed and crouched down, helping Damien up and ignoring the ornate empty bottles that fell over at his upward movement. Come on, let's get you inside. Oh my gosh. Alright, real quick. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. I guided Damien inside at last and closed the door behind us. He seemed to follow along, his arms wrapped around my shoulders as I walked him towards the bed. Before I could lay him down, however, he spun me around and pinned me to the wall. Oh shoot, staring deep into my eyes. Woo! Okay. I'm okay. Damien?
I love you.
I'm okay. I became lost in Damien's glowing golden eyes, feeling his enthrallment attempt once again to consume me. Every warning bell went off in my head, reminding me that he hadn't actually been fed properly and regularly. This was probably him starving for energy. Some part of me, despite all this, didn't want to let this go. It had been years since I felt his enthrallment on me. My body began to crave the urge to delve into my curiosity. Would it be difficult? would I enjoy it more than when we usually held each other? He was starving and I was curious, a deadly combination indeed. I let myself sink against the wall, staring up at Damien as he bore his hungry gaze into my soul to see the new animal within him seem too erotic to pull away from.
I just need a bit. Just enough to stop the hunger.
I was more than willing to dive into this dance if he begged it of me. He was mine and I was his, even beyond what we were physically. The shape of his lips, his hands, his body against mine always lit my body on fire with his touches. Soon enough, my words consumed his thoughts, and he captured my lips with his own in a desperately passionate kiss, making me gasp and moan in surprise. He released my hands, allowing me to wrap my arms around his neck as he pressed himself harder against my body, pinning me up to the wall with his chest and hips. His own hands traveled to my hips and lifted me up further on the wall, his fingers dancing over the skin beneath my shirt as shudders ran through my body. The enthrallment he set in my core began to consume me, filling me with a heated need for him. Damien became the only thing I was able to think about, the only person I let in my thoughts, the only demon I let take all of my body, mind, and soul. Damien slowly began to drag his kisses down my cheek and onto my neck, rolling the clothes covering my chest up over my skin and making me lift my arms up off of Damien's shoulders. He pulled away once just to pull the articles of clothing off of me, leaving me completely nude above the waist. The cool air that rushed against my skin made me quake a bit in Damien's arms, but only spurred him to lick and nip over my skin. A hot moan ran through my lips at the feeling. This was indeed a starving demon enjoying a feast of energy, growling happily at the sound of my moans and tightening his grip at the feeling of my shivering body. Something like this was addicting and wildly erotic. Something I didn't ever get to experience before. I slightly feared becoming needy for him, but I let the thought dissipate with his hands caressing my skin hotly.
I need you so much.
Me too, Damien. His voice raked Morris shivers down my spine, making me roll my eyes to the back of my head and press my head into the wall behind me. I barely felt him removing the remainder of our clothes, leaving us bare against each other. Truthfully, I couldn't have cared less where we made love, against the wall, on the floor, on the bed. It didn't matter to me. I just needed him. Blame the enthrallment or blame my own selfish perversion. It mattered little to me the difference between. The night became filled with heavy pants and moans whenever we made love. It was deep, slow, and romantic with me and Damien. However, tonight was rough, beast-like, and almost carnal. The new feeling within me drove me mad. With each moan I released and each gasp for air I took in, this was new and I loved it. As we rocked through our simultaneous climax, the drain in my energy sent my mind into a misty frenzy, taking over my body and completely wrapping myself around Damien as he held me closer still. The sound of his hot breath in my ear sent shivers down my body even as we slowly coasted towards a brilliantly deserved afterglow. His arms around me cradled me against his warm chest as we inhaled and exhaled in perfect sync. That That was...
Yeah.
I looked up at Damien, seeing him stare up into the ceiling. His eyes had returned to normal, but his expression was slightly... and it... I can't pronounce that. What was on his mind? Feeling my gaze on him, Damien looked down and smiled, kissing over my forehead.
I hope I didn't hurt you.
I shook my head and cuddled closer to Damien, nuzzling his chest lovingly. It was amazing. Damien nodded before holding me close and falling into a well-deserved sleep with me following quickly after. The morning slowly rose with me, waking up to see Damien's sleeping face. As I slowly sat up, I felt the ache of the morning wreck through me, demanding that I go back to sleep. Me? However, I knew better. I knew that the day had to continue forward and that I had to wake up. Still, seeing Damien fast asleep made me feel a bit relieved. He certainly needed to sleep after the night before. A very faint knock rapped at the door, causing me to look up and see Diana enter with 2 plates of warm food. As she stepped in, she looked at me and tilted her head.
Up again before him?
I nodded and rubbed the back of my neck, grinning a bit. I guess I've gotten used to demon roll time. Diana laughed a bit before placing the food she held on the table nearby and crossed her arms.
I see. Well, if you could, please wake Damien up. I have something I must speak to you two about.
Huh? What is it? Diana grimaced and looked away from me, staring at the ground and avoiding my gaze.
It would be best if both of you heard my news. Please, just wake him up.
Sure thing. I nodded and looked down at Damien, seeing him slightly stir against my body before I placed my hands on his shoulders and kissed his cheek. Damien, wake up.
Hmm?
I giggled a bit and kissed his cheek again, nuzzling his temple with my nose. Come on, Diana's here and wants to talk to us. Damien stirred a bit more, finally opening his eyes and yawning from being awoken. As he looked up at me, I smiled down at him, earning a tired smile back. Morning.
Morning.
Damien slowly sat up, stretching his arms over his head before shaking his head and looking to Diana, taking in that she was in the room.
Good morning.
Damien only nodded before leaning back against the bedpost, relaxing against them as he looked at me. I turned my head to Diana and gestured for her to speak. So, what is it? Diana looked down at the floor, trying to find the answers, and with a grin, I became more curious as to what Diana was about to reveal. The longer the silence in the air lingered, what was the important news she had to say? When Diana formulated her answer, she looked up at me and Damien, taking in a breath.
I may have found a way to perform a reverse ritual.
Reverse ritual? A what? Diana ran her hands through her hair and locked her gaze to me, obviously more comfortable with speaking to me than to my fiancé.
Long ago, when this world was forged, there was a human named Lilith who was transformed into a demon and was brought to this world. It had been known ever since that any human who wished to be a demon, or is punished to be one, can very much become one.
Okay, so are you saying that... Diana nodded slowly, bringing her hands to her stomach and fiddling over her fingers.
It took me some sleepless nights, but I do believe I can perform a reverse ritual, which would, in essence, turn a demon into a human.
Oh, my heart stopped. It was possible now.
How are you sure?
How? Yeah, how? I could hear the twinge of sour strain in Damien's voice. He was right to be skeptical. After all, she had failed to turn him human before. What was to say that this wasn't going to be a failure as well? Diana shook her head and lowered her hands to her sides.
I'm not. Nothing like this has ever been done before, and it could be risky. Hell, you could even die from this.
What? I instantly stood up from the bed, making Diana turned her gaze at me in shock. This could kill Damien? There was no way in hell I was going to go through with this if she was suggesting such a thing. Then, what are you suggesting?
I'm suggesting that it's an option. A risky one, but an option nonetheless.
Diana turned her eyes to Damien, seeing him staring up in bed, and gazed back at her with a serious expression.
I know that what I did back then was wrong. My intent was to make you as human as possible. But there was no method to even do that until now. If this works, you will become human. I swear on my family name.
It wasn't my place to speak or not. This whole situation was dangerous, but it was ultimately up to Damien to be human or to be a demon. That was something he had to decide. I loved Damien no matter what. I looked over at Damien and watched him look down over to me, glimmer of hope in his eyes. I could tell what he wanted, but would he ask me anything? Would I have a say?
Why wouldn't you have a say?
Before my eyes, the world around me froze, and I was shut in my room of darkness, everything barely tinted in shadow. What? I looked around, feeling stuck to my spot as a dark laughter echoed around the room.
It would be so selfish of him to become human without considering your feelings first. Wouldn't you agree?
Wow. What do you want now?
I'm just stating what's deep in your heart. Nothing more.
What do you mean?
Don't tell me I have to spell it out, dear. Damien turning human? He'd lose all of his powers. He'd be worthless, weak, and simple.
But what if it's what he wants?
Do you even know what he wants?
To be human? The memory of my wedding day flashed before my eyes. The voice was telling the truth. Did I really know what Damien wanted? Was anything he wanted for the best? The voice chuckled deeply, a relaxation settling to my core.
Now you're getting it.
I remained silent, now lost once again. What was best? What if turning Damien human meant destroying who he was? I became trapped in an endless cycle of questions and confusion as the voice finally vanished and let the world continue on its journey forward in time.
You do not have to decide now, but I will be awaiting your answer if you do wish to try.
Thank you.
Diana nodded before leaving the room, most likely to prepare for the day. Damien and I stood in silence, me lost from the voice in my head and Damien lost in his own thoughts. What were we supposed to do? The option was now on the table, but instead of Diana sleeping with Damien, there was a chance that Damien could lose his life. I wasn't sure where I stood on this issue, but I didn't like the options I was given before and now. Was it better to just leave Damien a demon? Was it worth dying to become human? The voice in my head teased me, prodding me to convince Damien to think against himself, but my heart knew that the choice was his alone. As I looked to him, I could see the conflict in his eyes while he stood and took up both of the breakfast plates Diana made for us. He walked to me at last and handed me one. Looking into my eyes and locking our gazes on each other, was he going to ask me? Was he going to keep the choice to himself?
Selfish.
I mentally flinched at the word, hearing it ring in my head. However, as Damien turned and sat down at the edge of bed, I watched as he let out a sigh before starting to eat. I guess the choice was fully going to be his own, whether I liked it or not. We ate in silence until he left for his train, and then I headed for my own. Never had I felt such strain and worry pull at my heart until that moment I needed to work it out. The minute I stepped into the library, Shadow turned from his scrolls to look at me. That was the first. Was he going to greet me properly? His raised eyebrow threw me off, though, as if he wasn't expecting me. I walked into the center of the space, summoning my dark dagger and becoming mentally ready for more reactionary defense training. However, Shadow raised his hand to me, causing me to relax a bit.
Your training is over.
Wait, what? What do you mean? I opened my mouth to protest, but Shadow held his stern gaze.
I have taught you how to defend yourself, and how to traverse a plane that renders you temporarily untouchable. That was all I was required to teach. You are free to train on your own without a mentor now.
I felt like I was tossed into a deep end of a lake. I wasn't told anything about losing my trainer at any point. Still, I knew that what he was saying was the truth. He was right. I wasn't expected to learn how to really fight or how to beat someone. All this training was to give me the ability to defend myself. I completely forgotten about the reason I had even started. Still, I wanted to learn more. I felt that I was losing a golden opportunity, and I wanted to push forward to learn something extraordinary. It was one thing to duck and dodge an invisible opponent, but it was another to truly use dark magic. Shadow turned away and went back to the table.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I must return to my research. We have a siege in less than 3 days, and I can't waste any more time.
That hurt a bit. I was wasting this time. I felt some part of me yelled that I had wasted my own time. Why was I even here? Teach me something else. Shadow looked over his shoulder, locking eyes with me. However, he didn't say anything. I could feel his gaze burn into my eyes, judging my words and my desire to learn. I wanted to know something else. I didn't want my training here to end with me going off on my own. I had only trained for 2 days, for goodness sake. I wanted more. Shadow slowly straightened and turned to face me, crossing his arms.
Very well. I would like to see if you are able to perform a rather difficult spell.
I suddenly became confused. Was it truly something powerful? I thought of 100 things he was going to teach me, but I remained at attention, listening.
The spell I'm about to teach you will become your best weapon in battle. However, it takes a large portion of energy. You may not even stay conscious after casting it. Are you prepared to try?
I took a moment to consider. While it seemed powerful, something about it seemed off. I could possibly pass out. Why would I essentially be jumping levels so fast? Was this something I should be afraid of? I wanted to know. I wanted to experience something new, as if this power was going to be, as he said, the greatest weapon. Then I had nothing to lose. It would be worth the attempt. Shadow stared at me for a moment, most likely judging me like he usually did, before nodding and pointed to the wall away from the fireplace.
There.
I looked over and became lost. I saw my own shadow simply lying against the wall and flickering slightly from the firelight. What was he wanting me to do with it? Before my eyes, my trainer's own shadow crawled up the wall beside mine and began to peel itself off of the wall. I could not believe what I was seeing. It was almost cartoon-like. Soon enough, his shadow was standing on its own in mid-air away from the wall. He was teaching me how to use my shadow. I suddenly had flashbacks to Damien's past, remembering the sight of the shadow his mother had conjured attacking. Oh, yeah, I remember that. Oh, gosh. I remember that. Attacking Damien and attempting to kill him. Was that what this power was? Yeah, I remember them talking about that. In the first Seduce Me game. I closed my eyes, trying to focus and concentrate before looking to my shadow and attempting to will it off of the wall. It wouldn't move, much to my displeasure, causing me to focus harder. I had to come It had to come off of the wall somehow. My shadow began to quake and almost shatter against the wall in defiance, making me glare hard at it. Come on. It shook violently before finally starting to push itself off of the wall into a full three-dimensional being. I stared as it settled onto its feet and stood at attention for me as if it were awaiting my orders. This was by far one of the coolest things I had done. I felt my energy pulse draining slowly to maintain the spell and took a breath. Shadow, however, clapped his hands a couple of times.
Well done, human.
Thank you. I grinned back at him before watching him form a dark sword in his hand and pass it to the shadow with a look of confusion at his silence. I tried to mirror him, forming a shadowy blade in my hand in the same way I had formed my dagger and passing it to my shadow. For some reason, staring at my shadow holding a sword seemed off to me, but maybe that was because I was a human casting this magic for the first time. There were always times for first, after all, and this was definitely an impactful first. Shadow lifted his hand and pointed towards the door. Obeying the silent command, his shadow walked over to the door and stood guard. How did it know to do that without being told? Of course Shadow wasn't going to tell me. Of course he's not. I looked at my shadow and tried to think of what I could have it do. There were so many things, it was hard to decide. Gazing around the room, there were so many places it could go. However, I became curious about the upper level of the library. I pointed into the air at the upper balcony, feeling the need to verbalize my demand echo through my body. Go. Within a blink, my shadow crouched and leaped off of the ground, almost flying through the air and grabbing onto the railing of the upper floor. I stared, jaw dropped, as it vaulted itself over the ledge and turned back to face me. Oh. I looked to Shadow, seeing him give a mildly impressed smirk towards my shadow.
I'm rather shocked. It's a shame to think that you're merely a human. You'd make a fine assassin.
Oh yeah? There was a genuine compliment, and I was a little surprised to hear him say that without some kind of insult tacked on. But I quickly shook it off. If I had learned anything from this experience, it was to not let my guard down. Luckily, I didn't. I smirked as I noticed Shadow's own entity try and creep up on my shadow. In reply, I quickly shouted, "Wow. Defend!" My shadow acknowledged my command, and as if it knew where its enemy was, it turned and braced itself as my trainer's shadow tried to slice through it. Both swords clashed, causing a splash of dark matter to erupt from the impact, but as soon as it happened, Shadow dispelled his entity with a smirk of his own.
Well done. Very well done.
Thank you. I grinned from ear to ear, my shadow disappearing on its own. However, Shadow raised an eyebrow.
Your practice is not over. Again.
I felt another smirk grace my lips finally. I trained through the day, stopping every now and then when my energy was low and refueling with food and a break. I was happy to have this new ability, but he hadn't been kidding. It definitely wore me out. I can't pronounce that. To my room, letting the day fade to the back of my memories as I remembered Diana's words to Damien. She would have a ritual set up for him if he wanted to be human, but the choice was his. A part of me screamed to stop him. The risk of his life wasn't worth it, but it was something he desired more than anything. The fix seemed simple, but it was deadly. I could lose the man I love over something trivial. But was it trivial?
Of course it is.
Oh boy. I wasn't surprised no more, glaring at the floor as the voice made themselves known in my head.
He's being selfish. Why be a human when he could be happy with you as a demon? Why does this change have to happen?
It's what he wants.
But what do you want? You're the one about to sign your life away to him forever and ever. Shouldn't your opinion matter whether he becomes a human or stays a demon?
My mind began to agree, but wasn't that selfish within itself? Was I truly that important to where I was allowed to decide Damien's choices because I was his soon-to-be wife? I continued forward, letting the dark chuckle from the voice reverberate in my head into a simple echo. This was my choice, and the voice needed to stay out of it. Whatever it was, I would deal with it in due time. For now, my focus was on Damien. I reached our room to see Damien standing by the door, obviously waiting for me. As he caught sight of me, he smiled slightly and walked over and meeting me halfway.
Hey.
Hey. I couldn't mask the worry in my voice. I was nervous, frightened beyond anything else about this. There was a lot of stake, and I became witness and potential victim to it all with each minute that passed. But would Damien listen? Would he understand? What would he do if I voiced my worries? Would he give a damn about the risk? Did he give a damn? I gazed into his eyes, seeing a hopeful fire burn within them. His answer was clear, while mine wasn't. It was completely uncomfortable to be in my skin, but I had to accept that this was an obstacle we had to face one way or another. Damien took my hand and held me to his chest.
Would you be upset with me if I went through with it?
A part of me felt like screaming, begging for him to reconsider. The other part of me wanted to simply shake my head and accept what was about to occur. I was completely torn. I gripped to Damien's hands, clinging for something to soothe me, making me feel at ease. When nothing came, I scrambled to try and answer him. I had to accept it. There wasn't my choice to make at all. It wasn't fair to Damien to demand that he change his mind for me. Besides, I loved him no matter what. Human or not, he was still the man I loved. I stared into Damien's eyes as I gripped his hands and hugged them to me lovingly. I could see the pure joy in Damien's eyes as he stared down at me, tears lacing the edges. I love you no matter what you are. If you truly wish to be human, then let's do everything we can to make that happen. Before I let Damien reply, however, I brought his hands to my lips, kissing over them with a now worried expression. I was still scared I could lose him. But please, please don't you dare die on me. I can't bear to live without you. Damien nodded and leaned in, kissing over my forehead gingerly.
I will do everything I can to survive it.
A wave of relief washed over me just from his words. Maybe he wasn't throwing me to calm down, or maybe his love simply reassured me that everything would be alright. Either way, this was happening. I looked up at him and caressed his cheek, feeling him lovingly nuzzle into my palm. Then let's tell Diana. A smile danced along Damien's lips before he wrapped his arms around me and buried his head in my shoulder. I could hear him whimper a bit in happiness as I wrapped my arms around him, pulling him closer.
Thank you.
I could faintly hear the voice in my head scoff.
Wow, you're really going to let him die. How sad. I guess you'll have to prepare a funeral instead of a wedding.
I rolled my eyes and held Damien tighter. I wouldn't listen to it anymore. I believed in our love more than anything. We would be okay. The 2 days that followed came filled with work from Diana and her group. Upon Damien's request, Diana ordered a massive search for everything needed for a transmutation ritual that would normally have been used to make a human a demon. The worry of the ritual bubbled in my core, but I was going to be But I was going to be alright. This was something Damien and I decided together, and this was going to make Damien happy. That was all that mattered in the end. Of course, the experience wouldn't have been great even without the lovely voice in my head trying to convince me otherwise. I settled that the voice was some form of worry, some sort of regret that I was holding that was morphed to represent Diana, the one who placed the worry there years ago. I would beat it out as soon as Damien returned to me as a human. As the seventh day arrived, the ritual was prepared and ready for us. The others gave us their own concerns and wishes, hoping for the best regardless of what happened. We were positive that we would be okay. Oh god, it's making me worried, dude. Entering the war room, Diana looked over at the pair of us, nodding and stepping away from the table. On it were arranged purple and gold candles, all lit with black but somehow illuminated flames that flickered in the air gently. It seemed mystical and shadow-like, but this was how it was done. Then it was how it was done. There was space in the center of the table for a body to lay down within the circle of candles, making it clear what had to happen. Diana gestured to the table, looking to Damien and pointing to a large space between the arranged candles.
Lie down when you are ready.
Damien nodded before turning to me and smiling, taking my hand and kissing it.
You'll be here when it's over, right?
I nodded, smiling up at him, kissing his hand in return. I will, I promise. A smile was exchanged between us before Damien looked at Diana and walked to the table, stepping up on the block that was placed for him near the table to let him climb it up with ease. As Damien settled on the table, Diana walked over to me and took my hand, guiding me towards the table as well. Huh?
A theory. Indulge me.
I watched as Diana guided me to a chair beside the table, letting me sit on it before taking Damien's in my hand and clasping them together.
This is part of the ritual?
No, but it's a theory I have that might help.
Diana closed her eyes and wrapped her hands around Damien's and mine, letting a soft purple glow emanate from them and circle around our hands.
You are human and are full of energy. If something falters, we can use your energy to rekindle it and resume the ritual.
Fear sank into my core, remembering the risk of the transformation, but at least Diana was trying to find ways to make the ritual work. It was rather thoughtful. Damien smiled at me before laying his head back and staring at the ceiling. I squeezed his hand as Diana removed her hands from her clasped ones. Purple magic continued to dance around our hands as I smiled at Damien.
Ready?
Damien and I nodded at the same time before both of us closed our eyes. I could hear Diana step back and mutter under her breath some sort of Latin incantation I couldn't dissect. As she did, the energy around the room began to pulse and wave like an ocean in the storm. The air began to brush against my skin, causing me to look down at Damien, seeing the black fire around the candles around him intensify in their illumination. I tightened my hold on Damien's hand and shut my eyes again, desperate and hopeful this had to work. It had to.
It won't work.
Oh God, can this voice in the head leave me alone? In the darkness of my mind, the voice appeared, making me grimace. Leave me alone.
I'm telling the truth. It won't work. He'll die and you'll be all alone. All because you wanted to make him.
My silence in reply made the voice silence itself. I had enough of its torment. Its teasing and prodding. Nothing was going to go wrong.
Ignoring me won't change the truth of the matter.
I took in a breath and focused myself, remaining calm and hopeful. I know what you are.
Then say it. Make me believe it.
As I stared into the dark, I could feel a small smile grace my lips. It was clear who the voice was now. You're my worries, my doubts. You are my emotions, intensified and transformed into some sort of a haunting being in my head. Its silence became my confirmation. I had personified my worries and my doubts, and they had become a voice in my head trying to guide me towards the wrong choices. As I was magically inclined, it became an actual shadow that haunted my thoughts and dreams, feeding off of my fear and dread, and becoming a part of me I couldn't shake off easily. However, now I could. With this transformation, I would finally destroy it. I was wrong to doubt Damien. I was wrong to doubt myself. This was what we need, and nothing is going to keep us from the goal we want to achieve. We will defeat the demon lord, go home, and live happy lives together as humans. I wanted to be firm. I wanted to stand strong. As I finished speaking, however, the voice simply chuckled.
But if Damien becomes a human, he'll die at the demon lord's hands.
Oh God. I gasped as memories of my nightmares flashed before my eyes. Damien was a human and then the nightmares, dying by sacrificing himself for my sake. The simple realization shook my core, making me fearful once again. If Damien became human, I'd lose him anyway. My soul became heavy and wrecked with doubt.
There we are. You cannot win this little battle with me. Either way, you lose.
I began to flood my mind with thoughts of Damien, of our love in the human world. We were so happy and joyous together, forgetting the worries of the world and simply living with each other. There was no greater love story than the story I lived with him and would continue to love him until the end of time.
God!
Oh gosh, Damien!
No!
Damien and Diana's voice ripped me from my thoughts, gasping at the sight. I became witness to. Upon opening my eyes, Damien's body became engulfed in the black flames. From the candles, the fire wrapping around his body like a cocoon of chains. Damien!
Focus your energy and save him!
I slammed my free hand into the hand I was clasping tightly, uncaring that the flames were licking at me as well. I dug my hands into his hands, shutting my hands tightly. Don't leave me, please! I wasn't going to let death take him. If death was taking anyone, it would be me. The flames, as if they accepted my terms, quickly began to shake off Damien's body and up his hands to me, wrapping me in their tight, embracing and burning over my skin. Ugh!
No!
The flames began to encase me, blinding my nerves in endless pain and wrapping my mind in agony. In the last attempt to live, Damien sat up and wrapped his arms around me, clinging to me tightly.
I won't let you go!
I winced through the pain between us and gripped Damien in return, the flames intensifying in our embrace. I won't let you go either. I was in tears, hoping deep within my heart that we would live. I loved him and he loved me. We needed to survive. Oh boy, that was bright. In a burst of white light, Damien and I were suddenly pushed from each other. Ah! The light became blinding. My body felt warm, but there was suddenly no pain. There was no fire around me, no damage done. It was wrapped in a white light. Was I dead? What? My lungs still took in the air. My heart was still beating, and my skin felt as warm. I was alive. Then what had happened? Slowly the light faded from the room, revealing the war room once again. What just happened? I had fallen to the ground, the aches rushing through my body as I looked around. What did we do? As my eyes locked onto Damien, I gasped, seeing him floating in the air with a large black orb floating in front of his body. His eyes were like, what the freak? His eyes were lifeless, but his skin was still with life. Damien? Oh my god! What the hell's going on? Diana's voice forced me to look over, gasping as she glared hard at Damien and held out her hand at the orb in front of him. The orb began to trickle an inky black energy that danced through the air and sailed towards Diana's hand, burning onto her palm and fading into her skin. She winced as the veins within her purple-tainted skin began to glow, a black color snaking through her bloodstream through her hands. As the black energy left the orb began to lighten from a pure black to a silver and finally a white. This was happening. Damien was becoming human. As the orb finally developed a pure white color, the orb floated into Damien's body and made him gasp out for air. Oh my gosh. Made him gasp out for air, eyes finally brimming with life. Oh my god, my heart. Wow. Damien! Damien fell forward, causing me to reach out and capture him in my arms. He instinctively wrapped his arms around me and toppled over, landing with me on the floor and him on top of me. My god, did that scare me? What the hell? Despite the pain in my body, I could feel Damien breathing, hear his heart beating, see his eyes as they looked down at me in complete shock and disbelief. I felt surprise run through my own mind and emotions. We did it! We had done it! I lifted a weak arm and cupped Damien's cheek, seeing him take everything in. Damien, are you okay? I was sure he was lost on what to say. I was as well. I felt tears gather in my eyes as I wrapped my arms around him and hugged him tightly. You're alive, a human! I could feel it in my soul. He was a human like me. He had gotten his wish and he was alive to see it. Damien began to shudder in my arms, agreeing with my statement, and hugged me tightly, crying onto my shoulder. Oh! I thanked I can't pronounce that. I knew every star in the sky. It worked. It really worked. I looked over at Diana to see her form a large gem in her unaffected hand and slammed it onto her palm directly over the source of a black vein dancing up her arm. They slowly stopped their ascent up her arm and began to trickle down into the gem. The jewel that was once pure and clear like a cut diamond became black like an... I can't pronounce that. As the last of the black energy faded from Diana, she toppled over and gripped the gem on her chest, making sure to not land on it.
God damn it all.
I couldn't help but stop the happy laughter that erupted from me at the realization of it all. Everything was okay now. We were all right. Damien lifted his head up and slowly pulled me up to where we were both sitting up, wiping his eyes and smiling from ear to ear at me in pure happiness. I smiled and leaned in, kissing his nose gently. We did it. Damien nodded and hugged me to him before looking over at Diana, seeing her look up at us with an unamused grimace.
You almost lost your lives. And you're smiling.
Damien and I looked at each other before Damien let out a breath and hugged me to his side.
Humans are always risking their lives. You wouldn't understand.
Wow. I laughed as did Damien while Diana rolled her eyes and slowly stood up, still gripping the gem in her hands. As we stood, Diana tossed the gem at Damien.
Huh? What is this?
Your weapon against the Demon Lord. That gem holds all of your powers, and is slowly intensifying its power. Break it, and you'll be able to use your powers one last time at full potential.
I stared wide-eyed at Diana. Where did this come from? Diana looked back at me and crossed her arms, raising an eyebrow.
You're not the only one who saw Damien's fate in a dream. I would rather not see another person die at the Demon Lord's hands, no matter who it is, and I'd rather not be blamed for it.
I was stunned. Diana had seen it too. She let out a sigh and began to walk towards the exit of the room, not most likely drained from the experience.
We head out in the morning. I will brief everyone of the plan once we get to the Demon Lord's castle.
With that, Diana left us alone. Damien gripped to me and looked down at me, cradling the gem in his hands in amazement.
So, we're set.
I nodded happily. Yeah. Our private moment was interrupted by the rushing of the Incubi and their wives into the room, most likely being let in by Diana after she left.
Everything good?
Damien and I looked at each other in shock before nodding to the group, hugging each other lovingly. Yep, just two humans cuddling. The group seemed to be excited at the news, gathering around us, busily checking us for any wounds or bruises. To my surprises, well, there were none, even after the attack from the Black Flames. Diana really pulled through. Damien, now being crowded, pushed everyone back, pocketing a gem.
We're okay. We're okay.
We still need to check on you, Damien, to make sure.
I don't blame him. I giggled and stepped away from Damien, kissing his cheek. I was exhausted and needed to get to bed before I passed out in Damien's arms. Ruined the whole ordeal. Let them check you out, Damien. They'll be in the room. Damien stared before nodding, understanding that I needed rest before surrendering himself to the scanning eyes of his brothers. I took that moment to wave to the others and sneak out towards my room. I began to make my way back to my room, but stopped as I heard the sound of whispered voices sneak out through a barely opened door.
So, we're all in agreement? We have to. We don't have any choice anymore.
It will be for the better, I'm sure.
Indeed.
I peeked into the room to see the interior of the library where the four rebel leaders stood in a circle. Sergeant leaned against the fireplace mantel while Rabbit and Shadow sat in the two empty chairs. Faye, however, floated to and from side to side in anxiousness. What were they talking about? I was so engrossed in figuring out what was happening in the room that I didn't notice a figure coming up behind me and pushing me into the room. Ugh!
Sir, I found your student eavesdropping.
I'm not surprised.
I grimaced now. Out in the open, the four stared at me with cold eyes as if they were ready to send me back to the human world as a corpse rather than going through with the siege. I looked up at all of them as I slowly rose to my feet, eyeing each leader as I considered running for the door. However, they each looked to each other in contemplation.
Say, you didn't hear anything, did you?
No, I swear.
What was the last thing you heard?
I suddenly felt the guards of each leader behind me readying their weapons. What the hell? Were they seriously going to kill me for walking by and eavesdropping?
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Hold on, guys!
I felt the guards back away from me slowly, most likely still cautious of me. I let out a small sigh, happy that I wasn't going to die, at least not immediately. Rabbit, however, looked to me with an ear twitching and curiosity.
Let us ask first. Do you know what has been truly happening with Diana?
I looked to Rabbit knowing what she meant. Diana had been acting oddly and it was not boding well. The more I saw her, I could tell that something was seriously weighing her down and influencing her words. Yeah, but what does that have to do with this meeting? As I answered, the other demons looked once again at each other before Shadow stepped forward nonchalantly.
Let's not play the ignorance game. We're going to assassinate the succubus when the war is over.
What?
Oh, what the fuck?
Way to just blurt it out! There's no use in hiding it. We don't know how much she has heard.
I became massively confused. Why were they going to kill her? How were they even going to do it? Why? What good would come out of killing her? Rabbit stood and walked to the fireplace, staring into the open flames. I could tell I was about to get an answer, so I listened intently, wanting to know why were they planning Diana's murder.
Diana, we fear, has become corrupted.
Corrupted? What do you mean?
Meaning she's going batshit crazy like the Demon Lord.
I furrowed my eyebrows. That couldn't be. She seemed mostly fine. Safe for a few instances here and there. Sergeant, reading my face, pushed himself off of the mantle and stood up straight, reminding me of his power with his stance.
Human, you hate the Demon Lord as much as we do, correct?
Correct. I glared at Sergeant's stupid question. Of course I hated him. He had trapped me here and forced me to be... He had forced me and the ones I loved to join this war. There were no reason to even remotely like him. At my glare, face swooped in between me and Sergeant, waving our hands frantically.
Listen, we're not trying to make you mad, but, well...
This is ridiculous.
Shadow stood from his seat, now clearly irritated, and stepped towards me.
The succubus has gone mad, and if we don't end her life before she takes the throne, then she will become as mad as the Demon Lord. There is no saving her. Understand?
Oh, come on, Shadow! Seriously?
No, this is beyond unnecessary. All three of you are complicating the matter when all that needs to be stated is the truth.
But how can that be? How is Diana mad like the Demon Lord? None of this made sense. Diana seemed mostly right in her head. However, she was strong enough to lead an army and help me survive until now. She even aided the Incubi. These weren't the actions of a mad woman. Shadow rolled his eyes and went back to his seat as Faye put her hands behind her back, swaying a bit in the air.
Well, here's the thing. Here in the demon world, emotions and stuff can be uber powerful. Things like extreme grief or euphoria can even become energies on their own, while other feelings become, well, they can become very, very bad things.
Okay. Like madness?
Yeah. Madness is more than just a head-mind thingy. Here in this world, it's like a leech or a virus. When a demon catches it, madness just grows and grows until it consumes them, like it did with the Demon Lord.
Taking the new information in, I looked to the floor, thinking of the Demon Lord and how psychotic he was said to have become. He waged wars and apparently enjoyed burning down kingdoms and slaughtering the innocent. If that was how far madness would take a demon, then I feared for anyone who was capable of falling into it.
You can become mad in multiple ways. By being born mad or being infected by it. Diana has fought the Demon Lord head on multiple times during the past 10 years. It was inevitable that she would catch the affliction.
You can catch madness? How is that possible?
We don't know, but this wouldn't be the first time someone who used to be sane went mad because they were around another crazy demon.
There was an uneasiness in the room. Something told me that none of them believed that was the true cause. There's more, isn't there?
Huh?
I became bold. If Diana had to die, then there had to be solid reason, and the madness excuse wasn't enough. Why were they planning it if none of them truly believed it? It's not just because she's mad, isn't it? Something else is wrong. The rebel leaders became silent, letting the tension lay in the air in plain view, and giving me my answer. I was right, there was more to the story.
Who are you to question our reasons?
Oh, fuck you, Shadow. Shadow stepped up to me and leaned close to my face. As I stared into his black eyes, I could feel the world around me grow darker. He was truly a scary being, and his cold tone made me that much more afraid of him.
You're a human. You have no say in what we do here in this world.
Oh, no shit. But
we are not asking for your permission.
My anger suddenly exploded. I was pulled into the room and being treated like dirt. I didn't appreciate it one bit, so I straightened up and got into Shadow's face. I'm not asking for yours either. I just want to know. Shadow and I continued to glare into each other's eyes before Shadow scoffed and turned away, crossing his arms. Rabbit shook her head, tapping her staff on the ground.
Regardless, we can't have you remembering the conversation we had here if we are set on stopping her.
I took a step back, now afraid. Were they really going to kill me? Face sensed my fear and waved their hands wildly.
Whoa! Hey, hold on! We're not gonna hurt you or anything!
That was somewhat of a relief, but what were they going to do? As I took a breath, Shadow spoke up, catching my attention.
I'm curious, human. Do you believe in the succubus?
What? The other rebel leaders looked to Shadow as he placed a hand on his chin in thought and peered into my eyes.
Who do you believe should rule this world? The succubus? Or one of us?
And suddenly I became the focal point of the entire war's resolution. Why was my opinion important? I looked to the floor, trying to mull over his question and come up with an answer. Diana had saved my life and was doing everything to make sure I could go back to the human world as safely as possible. Still, from how she was behaving, something was indeed seriously off with her. Was she really ready to take the throne? The 4 rebel demons before me, however, were all smart and balanced each other out in some shape and form. I could tell that they could all bring peace to the world in some way, but did Diana really have to be eliminated for that to happen? I felt like I was going to stand on a I can't pronounce that. On a precipice? I don't know. I knew that if I sided with Diana, then she would eventually be eliminated by these 4 unless she found out beforehand. I could warn her, but what if these demons erased my memories or threatened my life? I was balancing on the edge of a knife and had to pick a direction to fall. I closed my eyes and answered Shadow's question. They were right. She was very powerful, and if she truly was corrupted, then she needed to be cut off before she caused any damage. Thoughts of revenge bumbled in my mind, reminding me of how horrible she had been in the human world when she had tried to take the boys away from me. She had the gall to take my energy and test me at school as some sort of sadistic teacher. She had this coming to her. The four in the room stared at me, taking in my reply.
I'm fairly shocked.
Well, now what do we do with her?
I waited as the group looked to each other before Faye magically formed a small vial in their hand.
Should we give it to her? She's close enough to her.
Huh? Give what? Faye ignored me and passed the vial to Shadow, who began to imbue it with his own dark magic. Slowly the glass began to fill with a dark inky liquid, stopping a quarter of a way up. Was it poison? Shadow passed it to Rabbit, who did the same, creating a purple liquid within the vial and swirling it around to mix the liquids together. The contents separated a bit, causing a strangely beautiful gradient effect. As Sergeant took a hold of it, it began to fill with green liquid becoming mixed with the poison already within the vial. Finally, Faye took the vial back and shoved a cork into the top before shaking the mixture violently. As they did, a strange gray energy began to glow around it, pulsing like a heartbeat and slowing until it eventually faded away.
There.
From the tone of their voice, the decision to truly go through with this was solidified. They all were serious and wanting Diana to die. I felt a bit pity for what was to come. Faye turned and floated to me, holding out the vial.
We were gonna give this to her during the final celebration after the siege, but we're pretty sure that guard will be watching her like a hawk.
Then why give it to me?
Because she trusts you. I have a theory that she'll pull you aside, away from everyone else, to have a little chat before you're sent back to the human world.
How can you be so sure? Shadow smirked.
Because when we tried to send you home, she tried to slip in an extra item onto the spell reagent list. And, according to my recent studies, it is actually very important to demons like her. I suspect that she was going to give it to you as a gift.
Since the gate spell didn't work, she probably took the time to find it herself. She'll take you aside and give it to you before you leave, which will give you the chance to be alone with her.
I was surprised Diana was going to give me something important. I was curious as to what it was, but my thoughts trailed off as I stared at Faye's hand, which were still holding the vial of poison.
I guess it was a good thing you listened in then. Makes our job a bit easier.
I slowly reached out and took the vial, feeling a very subtle heartbeat emit from it. It took every ounce of will I had to not drop it. In surprise, was this thing alive? I brought it close and examined it, practically feeling its power. If Diana was as powerful as they expected, then how powerful was this poison? I was paying such close attention to the vial in my hand that I didn't see Faye swooping back behind me and grabbing my head. What the?
Sorry.
All at once, my mind began to become fuzzy and light. What was happening to me?
Is that really necessary?
It will lower the risk of her telling anyone about our plans until the chance arises. When it does, she'll remember everything and know what to do.
I would forget about this? How did this make sense? I didn't get a chance to fight back until my vision blacked out. I shut my eyes and felt the world spin around me before I relaxed. As silence overtook my senses, my body floated for a bit in an empty void before softly landing on the surface, causing me to open my eyes and look around. Huh? What happened? I was in the hallway on the floor. How did I get here? I was on my way to my room. Weird. I stood up, brushed myself off, and looked around, hoping that no one saw me snoozing on the floor. When I noted that the coast was clear, I quickly continued on my way to my room. I must have been more tired than I thought. I finally returned to my room and flopped onto the bed, letting the events in my time in the Abyssal Plains replay in my head. I was trapped here, and soon enough, I was about to go marching into the battle against the Demon Lord for my freedom. The more I thought about it, the more surreal the feeling became. I was going to be in a room meeting a powerful adversary face to face and set myself free of the curse he brought down upon me. As Damien entered the room at last, I smiled and stood, walking over and wrapping my arms around him as he entered my embrace.
Tonight is our last night here.
Yeah. We held each other, locked in silence and unable to say anything more. We had been in a heavy predicament and we worked through it. It was something we did together. All we can do in the moment was hold each other and listen to our synchronized heartbeats. As the thought of tomorrow danced in my head, I began to fear it even more. Was I ready to go into battle? Was Damien? Were any of us, for that matter? We were about to walk into the final battle of a world war. Would we survive? Would I live to see Damien afterward and feel his embrace again? Tomorrow brought too many questions to think about, and I became frustrated and scared. I needed to hold him and treat the night like it was our last night of the world. Tomorrow was unpredictable, but tonight was guaranteed. I wrapped my arms tightly around Damien, burying my hands in his orange hair as he slowly encircled his arms around my waist. Damien pulled me close, knowing exactly what I wanted to do. Damien slowly stepped us back towards the bed and fell forward onto it, pinning me down onto the mattress with his body. As he claimed my lips with his own, I combed my fingers through his hair lovingly. Each touch of his fingers embedded themselves into my memory as I took in his scent, his warmth. His knees over my skin, I barely felt him slowly ease my legs apart and kneel between them as he danced his tongue against mine. A part of me, however, felt a bit bold. I wrapped my arms and legs around Damien before rolling us over to where I straddled his hips, surprising him as he looked up at me in shock. I smirked down at him lovingly. You've worked so hard, Damien. Let me reward you. Damien gulped slightly, taking in this new turn of events before I leaned in and kissed him ever so sweetly, brushing my hands over his chest and feeling his skin beneath my fingers. As he quaked beneath me, I felt a rush of pride run through me. I liked this so bit that I would explore it further, undressing us as slow as possible and grinding myself against him. His hands not bound anywhere, caressing over the skin available to him. As his eyes became lost in my form, while a mild form of shyness rushed through me, I had to run through with the mood. I wouldn't let myself get out of the swing of heat between us, even as his hands rubbed against every weak spot I had. As it became unbearable to deny ourselves our cardinal needs any longer, we ravished each other and finally made love, gripping to each other and letting our moans become lost in each other's mouths and shoulders. Damien's hands combed over my back as I dragged my fingers along his chest, seeing the red welts of my dragon slightly form over his skin. It was erotic to see, but as Damien's hands locked themselves onto my hips and began to guide our rhythm, I became lost in the pleasure within me instead. The bed creaking only became louder the faster and rougher we became. We were uncaring of who was around us or who would hear us. We were dancing through the euphoria together and we weren't going to be stopped. It was a perfect ecstasy I don't know if I pronounced that right, from beginning to the end. When Damien wrapped his arms around me and held me close, both of us quaking in our embrace. I could only stare into Damien's gorgeous purple and blue eyes, becoming lost in them, and exhaustion began to crawl through me. I love you, Damien, forever.
I love you too. My life is yours.
We both passed out in each other's arms, lost in our bliss. The world didn't matter until the morning, but even then we knew we would be alright. Tomorrow tomorrow would decide everything. The day of the siege had finally dawned. We had arrived at the Demon Lord's castle, and we were as ready as we could be. Many armies bearing different banners and colors washed over the grounds before the castle, ready to rush in and lay waste to the Demon Lord and the remainder of his forces. All of us shared a common enemy, and upon his demise would all finally know some form of peace. Even during the roll call of the major generals, the air became full of determination and pride.
Mirth! Avarice! Nadia! Fiorna! Aradum!
Oops. Each name called became a mark on history. This was the war to bring freedom or destruction to the demon world if the rebellion didn't win this fight. Excuse me. Then this war would never end. If the rebellion won, then the world would become united in a hopefully peaceful rule. The hour before the battle was set to take place, my thoughts instantly ran back to our final meeting in Lilith Castle. Diana had pulled the leaders and us together, instructing us on how exactly to proceed.
Zero, you will be joining Shadow and Sergeant in the front, taking care of the main army head on. I expect that you will come out of it alive.
Yes, my lady.
Rabbit, Faye, you are in charge of range attacks and defense. We cannot allow any of those blasted imps getting to us from behind.
Yes, ma'am.
As Diana looked to me, I grew slightly fearful. I had to get into the Demon Lord's castle, but how exactly did Diana plan on getting me there?
You and your fiancé will take the side route straight to the castle.
Okay. Wait, huh?
We've organized our army to have our strongest on the front lines and against the tree line, giving us a side route for you to make your way straight to the castle.
Okay.
If anything trickles into the side route, you'll be able to handle it. However, there is something I must ask of you.
What is it?
If you are indeed attacked, you need to defend your fiancé the entire way there. Do not let him use his energy.
What? Are you insane?
When you get to the castle, I will be fighting one-on-one with the Demon Lord. If something should happen to me, then I need you to take over. She is not ready to fight him, and you need to be at full strength to finish him off.
Fair. That's fair.
The human should be able to handle a few imps.
I stared, listening, and reaffirming the order. I couldn't lie, I was nervous. However, I was determined enough to see this through. I looked over at my fiancé with a confident smile. I got this, don't worry. Despite the worried look in his eyes, he nodded and held my hand, trusting me and my decision to agree with Diana's command. Diana rolled her shoulders and looked at the map draped over the war table between us all. Her gaze pierced into the parchment as the aura around her body pulsated in anger.
I will fly ahead and meet the Demon Lord head on. No matter what happens, I will not allow that monster to live.
The pure determination and anger in her voice practically sent a shiver down my spine. She was set on seeing this through to the end, and I was sure that she was willing to even die if it meant taking the Demon Lord with her. The remaining Incubi and the wives were asked to stay behind the army and guard the main base where Rabbit and Faye were stationed. They needed as many eyes as possible in the back of the battle, so the four couples were perfect to keep things in check. As they agreed, the meeting ended and the mental preparation had begun. The idea of the upcoming battle scared me, sending waves of fear and worry up and down my body in response to the thought.
So, this is our last day in the demon world.
Yeah, it is. Damien and I stared at the map outline of the dark castle that was once his unwanted home. Damien's hand slowly eased into mine as he spoke again.
I will protect you no matter what. I promise.
I listened to him speak before nodding, taking in a deep breath. Everything would be okay. We would be fine. I had to believe in myself and get us to the castle when the time was right. Like a beacon, our forces became the banner of hope and strength for the rebellion. At the sight of Diana, many soldiers bowed or stared in awe and inspiration. Maybe it was her presence, or maybe it was for what she stood for, but as Diana stood at the cliffside of the mountain, the air became full of energy and power. My fiancé Rabbit Faye and I stood behind her as Diana stood on the ledge of the cliffside, addressing the rebellion for their final battle. Her voice echoed across the field, booming and reverberating through the air like thunder.
Milites! Et hoc liberati esturei tramcun tuis omnibus conversiris! Sto vobiscum reducitic vos ad spem! Nocte! Lavabir mur! Arcem! Hostium sanguine!
What is she saying?
She said that the castle will be bathed in blood, and she will lead everyone to freedom.
That first part's a bit much.
It's just to spur the troops for war. I'm sure she didn't mean it literally.
I nodded as I stared at the back of Diana's head. A part of me felt a little intimidated and jealous of the power she had. She really could make armies bow to her and obey her every whim. At the same time, I knew that she was doing the right thing for this world.
Ele Dio dominati sun nostri, nos destruet, ium mitere, profundissimum, inferni detractos.
Rabbit and Faye stepped forward and held their hands out towards the castle, focusing their energies and forcing the stone walls around it to crumble and dissolve down into the earth. Diana summoned her saber, letting it shine brilliantly as the purple taint over her skin began to twist and turn. Before my eyes, the taint on her back took shape, lifting off of Diana's skin and morphed into a set of demonic wings. I could only stare, jaw-dropped, as Diana's body lifted off of the ground and began to fly over the legend, slowly guiding towards the castle.
To war! To battle!
At her final command, Diana's wings pulsated in the air, flapping gracefully as she swooped down and forward. She was charging and flying. Pulsated in the air, flapping gracefully as she swooped down and forward. She was charging and flying for the castle walls, saber bared and ready to spill blood. As the army, I got hiccups. I apologize. As the armies below began to bellow and march forward, Rabbit took a hold of my shoulder and turned me away from the castle to face her.
Come, we must hurry.
Understanding the need for urgency, I nodded and rushed forward with the rest of the Incubi towards the slope down the mountainside.
Everything is in order. Sergeant Diana's guard are at the front lines, while Shadow is with his legion to the west.
What about our route to the castle?
We've done what we can to keep your way clear. We'll try to make sure the battle won't break through the path.
I nodded, feeling the need to rush, nip at my heels, pushing me forward. My fiancé seemed to agree, gripping my hand and walking at my pace alongside me. However, as we finally arrived at the forest line, Faye and Rabbit stopped, looking back at us.
Straight through here. The sound of the war will always be on your right, so do not get lost.
You'll be fine, though. Just follow the tree line.
In sync, my fiancé and I nodded in acknowledgement before turning to see the other brothers and their wives. So this is it.
Remember your surroundings and protect each other.
Be careful, all right? Make sure you stay safe.
Princess, brother, we'll see you in the end.
We have faith in you. You'll make it there, and we'll return to the human world soon.
Kick his dead body a couple times for me, all right? Right in the head.
Oh God, Sam, I love you.
We'll be right here rooting for you and watching your back, okay?
We'll finish this and rush in as soon as we can, all right?
Make sure you kick some serious ass. Show that old goat what he gets for messing with you.
I smiled despite the nerves running through my body. I held onto my fiance's hand and gave it a hard squeeze before receiving one back in kind. We'll finish this, then we'll go home. The group nodded before I slowly turned and looked into the tree line, took a breath, and rushed forward, matching my speed. My love followed, waving through the trees behind me to not lose sight of me. The journey was surprisingly uninterrupted. The sound of the war clashed behind us, causing me to cover my ears a bit from the volume, but I shook my head and pressed forward, not wanting to become distracted. The goal was to get to the castle. I had to focus. Before I could, however, I was pulled back by my fiancé, barely missing an arrow fly past my nose. Whoa! I quickly turned my head and spotted a small group of imps creeping towards me, with one reloading his bow with another arrow. I quickly grabbed my incubus and focused on making us become one with the shadows of the tree we were under. As the dark consumed our bodies, I felt my energy pulse from the amount being used. Still, I successfully dragged us both into the Shadow Plane.
The Shadow Plane.
I looked back at him and smiled with a nod, knowing that he was completely unaware of what I had learned in my training. After all, he had been focusing on improving himself. I lowered my hand to his and grasped it, rushing forward and pulling him along. He managed to trip a bit before following along, keeping my pace. Even as some hideaway scouts and trickling soldiers came in our path, we simply ran through them unseen. It took the man behind me a bit to take it in, but he quickly adjusted, knowing that now wasn't the time to focus on that. I, however, felt my energy quickly drain. I was maintaining 2 people in the Shadow Plane after all. It only made sense that I used more energy. Still, I wanted to get us as far as I could before returning to the real world. I gripped onto my incubus's hand hard as I began to wane, slowing my run and feeling a heavy wave of dizziness consume my mind. Soon enough warmth returned to my body and we were both sent back to the corporeal, I don't know if I pronounced that right, world. Of course, it couldn't have been a perfect straight journey without a couple of finally guards at the edge of the train line waiting for us. A band of remaining imps caught my eye, taking in that I had successfully maneuvered around their lines and had reached them. I grimaced and glared at the imps, seeing the group of 3 rush at us despite the weak feeling in my knees. However, I had one last trick up my sleeve. I focused on my shadow, commanding it to come forth and defend me. My incubus and the imps gasped as the dark, shadowy figure of me sprouted from the ground and formed a large sword in her hand. I glared at the imps and pointed at them, feeling my energy quickly drain once again. Get them! On my command, my shadow rushed forward and began to slice through the imps, effectively disconnecting their limbs from their bodies and cutting them open. Each tried to block, but only managed to have their attacks phase through my shadow like mist. They couldn't touch me, but I could kill them. I smirked as my shadow quickly zipped between them in figure 8s, ripping each of them apart before letting them fall onto the ground, bleeding out and wailing in pain. That was all I could do before my energy finally forced my shadow back into the ground, a wave of exhaustion rolling through my body. I began to fall forward exhausted. My fiancé, however, quickly rushed forward and caught me in his arms.
Whoa! I got you. Are you okay?
Uh-huh. I looked up to see Damien staring down at me with worry and panic in his expression. We were safe for the moment, so I merely smiled up at him with a nod. I'm fine. I promised to protect you like you protect me. Damien softly smiled and hugged me to him, pressing his head into my shoulder.
I love you so much.
I hugged him back, feeling relieved that we had finally arrived at the castle and were about to rush inside. As we slowly pulled away, Damien lifted me up and helped me to my feet.
Will you be okay?
I nodded, shaking off the exhaustion from my mind that was ready to end this. I looked up the castle gates and felt a rush of determination run through me. Let's go finish this. With that, Damien and I rushed forward into the castle. The final battle had begun. The castle halls were grim and dark, sending shivers through me and Damien, and I ran through them towards the sound of battle. All across the ground were bodies and slaughtered imps and soldiers, most likely dead by Diana's hand. As we finally arrived in the throne room, Damien held out his arm to stop me, to protect me from the battle waging within. Diana and the demon lords were in some sort of energy deadlock, with a bolt of red energy streaming out of the demon lord's hand and colliding with a purple flame that came from Diana's. The two energies pressed against one another in their violent crash, as each stream of energy tried to obtain dominance over the other. The demon lord and Diana were equally matched.
Give up, succubus! This world will bow to me!
Over my dead body!
That can be arranged!
Oh boy. A burst of red energy pulsed around the demon lord's body, and intensifying his bolt of lightning in a dreadlock, forcing Diana to step back from the sheer force of it. Despite this, Diana pressed back, regaining her momentum and her ground. Damien and I remained still and quiet, watching the bout. Damien was meant to be backup in case something happened to Diana, and thankfully she didn't necessarily need help for now, or at least it didn't look like it. Maybe Damien wouldn't have to step in after all. Or so you think. I don't know. Diana shut her eyes and seemed to focus her energy. Large black and purple flames slowly crawling around her body in a threatening aura as the power behind her energy stream increased and began to push backward against the demon lord. As Diana opened her eyes, Oh, hang on a second. Sorry about that. As Diana opened her eyes, I gasped as they revealed themselves to be completely covered in gold. For a moment, the demon lord seemed to struggle maintaining his place, stepping back to try and remain upright. That the hard push Diana was throwing his way. However, as he turned his body, the demon lord spotted me and Damien at the entrance of the hall, and a smirk grew on his face. Oh, fuck.
Uninvited guests!
Diana suddenly turned her head our way, surprised at the acknowledgement, which caused her momentum to falter a bit. Taking the chance, the demon lord released another pulse of energy at Diana, forcing her to bend back a bit and stumble on her feet. Diana's eyes returned to normal as she raised her other hand to assist in the stream of energy from her end of the dreadlock, attempting to push forward again and regain her place. The demon lord, however, laughed.
It's useless!
Oh god. With a final push, the demon lord let out an angry snarl and forced his energy forward, causing Diana to slam back against the far pillar and lose concentration in her attack. Smirking evilly, the demon lord took the chance and shot a bolt of red lightning at Diana, electrocuting her. What the? Oh! I hate this guy. Diana! Damien growled and stepped forward, but through her torture, Diana turned her head and glared hard at Damien, making him freeze in place.
Not your turn!
Oh gosh. Despite being covered in red-tinted bolts of lightning, Diana began to focus her energy again and formed a deep purple aura around herself, letting the Demon Lord's attack bounce around her new barrier. With a breath, Diana let her energy pulse out, dissolving the Demon Lord's attack and shot a burst of purple flames in retaliation. Her flames slammed themselves into the Demon Lord's chest, punting him back towards the pillar opposite of hers. I could see the light in Diana's eyes flicker from blood red to gold. As she locked eyes with the Demon Lord, something began to burn beneath her murderous gaze, as if her simple stare was powerful enough to burn through the most courageous of hearts. However, the smirk plastered on the Demon Lord's face made my body shiver at the sight. He was nowhere near phased from Diana's glare. In fact, he seemed to find it amusing from the look in his eyes.
So, the Rebel Queen is protecting the mistake. How
Oh, shut up.
The only mistake that lives in this world is you.
The echo of the Demon Lord's laughter bounced through the hall with an unforgiving reverb, invading my ears and pounding against my mind. I could feel his dark energy pass through his voice and shake my soul. This wasn't a nightmare or a vision. The Demon Lord was right in front of me, and his presence was terrifying. Diana and the Demon Lord began to circle one another, with Diana moving to stand in front of us, while the Demon Lord positioned himself in front of his throne at the foot of the whatever you pronounce that. However, I could feel the anxiousness in Damien's arms as I held it to me, keeping him in place. He wanted to fight the Demon Lord, but Diana wasn't letting him, and it bothered him to no end.
Let me help.
I don't need help.
Oh boy. With that answer, Diana sprinted forward, summoning her wings and shooting herself like a bullet towards the Demon Lord. As she passed the midpoint of the room, Diana formed her saber in his hands and swung it at the Demon Lord. To her disgust, the Demon Lord parried with ease with his own sword, knocking her saber back and swinging to get a slice of her. The battle became a quick slam of dodges and parries from the Demon Lord and Diana, the sound of steel changing violently in the air. Oh. Sorry about that. It became a challenge, still keeping Damien near me. I could feel the anger and need for battle in his tense muscles, ushering me to squeeze it and pull him towards me. Cautiously, he obeyed, but who knew how long he would? What caused me to look away from Damien was the sound of Diana crying out in pain. Oh gosh. I watched as Diana's body flew across the room and slammed itself into the nearby wall. Part of the balcony above it collapsed and crumbling on top of her. I could almost hear bones breaking. Oh gosh. From the rocks that had fallen on her. Diana, no! I could see Diana digging her way through the rubble, her hand clawing out of an opening in desperation to pull herself out. However, Damien took that chance to march towards Demon Lord, ready to take up the fight. Seeing his new opponent, the Demon Lord chuckled darkly and brandished his sword, pointing it at Damien in a taunt.
So, you've come to try and stop me? You're as foolish as I remember!
You know nothing about me.
I may not, but I remember all about your mother.
Oh, leave her out of this. That sparked a flare in Damien's rage. Damien swiped his hand into his pocket and pulled out the gem Diana had given him. From the grip he had on it, I was surprised it didn't smash between his fingers. Oh gosh. However, before Damien could step forward, a flash of purple zipped across the room and slammed into the Demon Lord's body, shoving him into a pillar and successfully destroying it with his body.
I'm not done with you yet!
Oh my goodness, Diana. The room began to slowly shape into the reflection of my nightmare, with rubble and stone littering the ground. Diana floated in the air on her wings, but I could tell that her leg and at least the rib was broken, making her curl over herself from the pain. Oh, Diana! Diana kept glaring at the Demon Lord, however, gritting her teeth through the pain and forming her saber once again in her hand, as only a couple fingers in her thumb managed to wrap around the handle. I could tell then that her hand was also injured.
You'll have to kill me first before I let you get away.
To see Diana continue the fight was remarkable, but I knew very well that she wasn't going to last long. One more avalanche to rumble on her would end her. The Demon Lord rose from the pile of stone that had fallen on him, grinning despite the blood rushing down his forehead.
Then let me finish the job!
With a crackle, the Demon Lord let his red energy pulse around him, making the rubble around him practically disintegrate before he lunged forward and slammed his sword into hers, shooting them both towards the opposite end of the throne room. Diana and the Demon Lord returned to their clashing of steel as Damien only fumed at the bout. My instinct screamed at me to pull him back and calm him down, but was I in a place to stop him? I had to force Damien to accept Diana handling the fight. If he interfered, then Diana might attack him as well, just from her adrenaline rush. True. I grabbed Damien's hand and pulled him back to me, needing to set him straight. As he looked at me, I could see the need for revenge burning in his eyes. I instinctively felt bad, but I knew better than to let him rampage. Come on. I insisted and pulled Damien back towards the entrance of the hall, giving Diana and Demon Lord space to fight. Damien reluctantly followed, not allowing the anger in his eyes to die as he stared and pinned his gaze on the fight. The battle intensified as we settled back in our place. Diana seemed to match equally to her opponent as the fight waged violently between them. Red lightning and purple flames sparked between their weapons, lightning the room like fireworks. As Diana's saber flew out of her hands and clattered on the floor, she brought her arms up and, to my surprise, began to use her forearms to defend herself from the Demon Lord's blade. How was it possible? I would never know, but his blade would merely cling against the purple taint on Diana's skin like she was wearing some form of armor, or perhaps her demon markings protected her. Regardless, Diana defended herself as much as she could until she was met with a kick to the chest, sending her flying back to another pillar and breaking it apart with her body. Her body was completely covered by rubble, unmoving and unwavering from the hit. Diana! Demon Lord finally looked at Damien, tongue darting out to lick his blade as his smirk grew.
Your turn. Mistake.
Stop calling him that. Damien snarled as he finally settled himself, ready to take on his father, not only for the world and for his mother, but for Diana as well. Damien's body pulsed and caused him to kneel over slightly from the burst of power in his chest. With a hiss, Damien growled as his body began to shift. His clothes slowly vanished and black markings began to crawl across Damien's skin. As Damien's horns reformed on his head, the air began to shift to one of extreme cold. Something about Damien began to pulse with a dark energy, one I had seen from him even before he lost his powers. As Damien finally locked eyes with the Demon Lord, a flash of black washed over his gaze, sending a vibration of fear down my back.
Let's end this.
Oh, wow. Okay. I'm okay. In a show of power, that's a typo. The Demon Lord let out a snarl and charged forward with his sword. Damien, however, summoned a large invisible burst of energy, pushing the Demon Lord back. The Demon Lord fell back and tumbled back up onto his feet after skidding across the marble with a snarl. I had to cover my face with my hands to block the gust of wind that followed, almost feeling myself slide across the floor on my heels. From the wave, Damien was billowing with energy, and it definitely showed. With a look of cold thirst of murder in his eyes, Damien lifted his head and raised his arms to his sides in a similar fashion to the succubus before him. The black markings on Damien's back began to twist and turn, slowly pulling themselves off of his skin and forming a set of wings. Oh shit. Staring at them, they were surprisingly much larger than Diana's. They shuddered and flapped themselves through the air, pushing gusts of wind forward in a taunting gesture at the Demon Lord. As the Demon Lord began to stand, Damien brought his hands in front of him and formed a large rod of black mist in his hands. It quickly solidified in his grip, and it began to gleam brightly as one end began to protrude and curve it into the end of a whatever you pronounce that. I knew that the gem would intensify Damien's power, but just how much did it strengthen? The Demon Lord measured Damien with his eyes glaring hard and gripping his sword tighter in both anger and a dash of surprise.
How did you get this much power?
I don't answer to scum like you.
Go, Damien. With that reply, Damien swooped forward and swung his... I can't pronounce that word. Back to rip through the Demon Lord like a Grim Reaper. Despite the Demon Lord being able to parry the attack, with his blade, the Demon Lord found himself skidding across the floor from the force of Damien's attack. Damien became relentless and continued to swing and slam his... his blade onto the Demon Lord's sword. The heavy slamming of steel beating on steel boomed through the room as Damien began to push the Demon Lord back towards his throne. Finally, the Demon Lord was knocked back onto his throne, stunned momentarily as Damien pulled his... I can't pronounce that back. Ready to... words, I can't. His enemy once and for all. Unfortunately, his blade met with the Demon Lord's sword at last minute, making him grimace in aggravation. I wanted this to end. I wanted the Demon Lord to fall already. This dance of death had gone on for long enough, and there was no end, no reason. And there was no reason for this battle to prolong itself any further. The Demon Lord was clinging to his last moments, and every part of me wished he would give up. Damien was more powerful. Damien was more powerful than him. This fight would eventually be over. Damien pressed his body into his sky, whatever you pronounce that, pushing against the Demon Lord.
Give up.
Trying to scare me, boy? Let me show you how it's done!
Distracted by the deadlock, Damien was suddenly kicked back through the air, sent tumbling in surprise as the Demon Lord rose back onto his feet and locked eyes with me. A wave of fear shot through me, and I was locked frozen in place. Oh, what the fudge! I attempted to break free, mentally commanding every part of my body to move or do something to stop him, but no muscle in my body obeyed. Damien quickly tumbled back onto his feet, burning his gaze onto the Demon Lord before looking back at me and seeing what he was doing to me.
Be glad, boy! I'm setting her free from the demon world!
What? With a sadistic howl, a red bolt of lightning rammed itself into the ceiling, causing a large rock above me to shatter off of the structure and plummet towards me. Are you freaking kidding me?
Look out!
The boulder quickly impacted my back. It wasn't heavy enough to completely crush me against the marble, but I could tell that I had broken a rib or two. Oh, you bitch! However, I felt a body press against me, bearing the boulder from completely smashing me beneath it. I looked up to see a familiar face when seeing that the pain now embedded in her shoulder and arms. Diana! Despite being battered and bloodied, Diana gripped on the boulder, pressing most of its weight off of me, taking it on herself, making sure my injuries were limited just broken bones. Diana growled and pushed the boulder off of us, at last releasing a faint huff of air as she looked at me in concern.
Are you alright?
I could only nod, astonished that the turn of events Diana was alive. How was that possible? Staring at her, I could tell she was near death's door, but she wasn't going to go down without the Demon Lord going down first. Her wings were pressed hard against her back, seemingly broken, but as she lifted me back up, a hum of purple energy rushed through Diana's body and forced her wings to flex out, snapping them into place once more.
This battle isn't over. Not by a long shot.
The pair of us looked over at the Demon Lord, seeing him emotionally seethe at the sight of us.
You just don't know when to die, do you?
Diana smirked and stepped forward, holding her hand back towards me and forming a large purple barrier around me.
We've got unfinished business to take care of first. Right, Damien?
With an angered nod, Damien stood gripping his whatever you pronounce that, while Diana formed her saber in her hand, materializing a wrap around her hand and the handle to keep it in her grip.
It's over, you bastard.
Ha 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 ha! Baring his teeth, the Demon Lord gripped his sword and stepped down from the dais to meet Damien and Diana halfway.
I will slaughter you both!
A violent shudder ran my spine at his words before Damien and Diana vaulted forward, slamming their weapons into the Demon Lord's parrying sword. At the collision, a bright flash of red, purple, and black energy sparkled and lit the room like a large firework. I moved to the edge of the barrier, trying to watch from the safety of the spell around me as Damien and Diana slowly began to beat down the Demon Lord's defenses. The spark between their clashing blinding the Demon Lord. No amount of bravado could save the Demon Lord now. The room slowly began to crumble just from the heavy sound waves of their fighting, causing rock upon rubble to fall onto the marble almost like hail. This time Damien was nowhere near defenseless. Damien would escape with me, and the Demon Lord would die here alone. I felt confidence run through me at the idea Damien could do this. Tired of the steel battle, Diana swooped around the Demon Lord and slashed at the back of his knees, forcing him to fall forward and drop his sword from the impact.
Enough! End this!
Without a breath of mercy, Damien raised his... I'm just gonna say sword. Back, taking aim at his target.
Goodbye, Father.
A flash of black energy swept the room as Damien swung his thing down and through the neck of the Demon Lord. For a moment, nothing seemed to have occurred. It wasn't until a large open line appeared on the Demon Lord's neck and his eyes began to glaze over that I realized what had happened. In an angled cut, not perfect by any means, the demon lord's head slid off of his shoulders and tumbled on the marble floor. Oh, goodness me! Rolling until it stopped on the edge of one of his horns. From his newly opened neck, black and red blood began to gush out and drain as his body fell forward. Oh my goodness! The sound of his body hitting the ground echoed through the chamber, solidifying the death of his father. The battle had been won at last. I could finally breathe. The realization of the entire event coursed through me like a wave as a weight lifted itself from my heart. The curse I knew then had been lifted at last. I was free to go home. I began drowning in feelings of joy and relief, happy that this was all over and overwhelmed by everything that had happened. As the skies, is that how you pronounce it? Correct me if I'm wrong. Beside me faded alongside the barrier around me, Damien slowly turned to face me, hearing my slowly growing cries of joy. It was almost overwhelming. We won! We really won! Damien slowly started to walk towards me, his form fading. From like a demon, he got the chance to be the human he actually was. His clothes slowly materialized words around his body, but the bruises and suit of the battle remained as a reminder of what had happened. Just looking into his eyes, I can see the satisfaction words of his deeds blossom in his gaze. He stared at me, happy to see me, as I felt myself grin from ear to ear at him. I wasn't being pulled away from him, nor was he dead. Damien and I were together and we were okay. Damien finally stopped in front of me and wrapped his arms around me, letting everything sink in within my embrace as I buried my face in his shoulder. I was tired of seeing the death around me now. All I wanted was to go home. You did it, Damien.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry.
We can go home now.
I looked up at him, feeling the ache of the lost adrenaline in my system course through me as I clung to him. The war for us was over. At last. Diana, however, collapsed onto the ground of the dais. I don't know if I pronounced it right, of the throne, panting for air as she stared at the pair of us in exhaustion. Before she could finish her sentence, Diana's eyes rolled into the back of her head and she completely passed down onto the ground. And in a panicked rush, I thrust my hand out towards her. Seto! In a flashlight, Seto's form materialized. Wow, I can't read. And looked around, surprised that the summoning at his eyes landed on the passed out Diana. He slammed down onto his knees and cradled her in his arms. Relieved to see her breathing, he hugged her to his chest, giving her his energy. I clung to Damien, now mentally wiped out. Who knew the end of the battle was so exhausting? I had fought with Lisette once before, but it was nowhere near as intense as this fight was, not by a long shot. Damien and I looked at each other, both of us feeling the lack of energy from the battle attempt to consume our bodies before leaning into one another for a well-deserved rest. One thing was for certain, this chapter of my story had come to an end. It was over. This war was finally over. As the smoke cleared, we were victorious. The soldiers left standing were the ones to cheer. In victory, the sky became littered with the howls and cries of the joyful and happy. The tyranny of the demon lord had ended. But what now? Home was now possible. We can go back to the human world and we can live our lives as we wanted. It was I got hiccups. It was something I desperately wanted, and yet my body was not ready to make the journey just yet. We had to celebrate the success of the war after all. As the full moon rose over Lilith Castle towards the dawn, the entirety of the demon world celebrated with endless drink and food, laughter and dancing. It was so unreal, but the courtyard that I could see was filled with smiles and happy faces. We had stayed for one more night, traveling back to Lilith Castle to rest and return home as healthy as we could be. After all, we had just gone through a war. One more night and the Demon Lord wasn't going to hurt us. While the majority of the rebellion danced in the courtyard, I remained with the Incubi and the rebel leaders who were all in the royal hall. I lost my place. Having their own celebration. Drinks were shared and battle stories were exchanged, making some laugh and others roll their eyes. I found myself intrigued at the stories Sergeant told about the front line. As I looked at Diana, however, she simply kept quiet with a small smile on her face. She looked at the Incubi and the rebel leaders in silence before walking away from the little party we had. As if she knew I was staring at her, Diana looked over at me and slightly gestured with her head to follow her. I followed, curious as to where she was going. I made sure to remain quiet as I separated from the rest of the group and followed her out of the room into the hall. The entire journey, Diana didn't speak a word. Even Seto didn't follow her, most likely being told that she wanted to speak to me alone. Diana led me through the castle, up a couple sets of stairs, into what looked to me a royal bedroom with a balcony. Was this a guest room? It was untouched and I could smell the very faint scent of dust. Why did she bring me here? Diana stepped into the room, using her magic to ignite the candelabras and the air out of the room by opening the balcony window. Before I could ask, however, Diana finally spoke up.
I have to thank you, dear.
Oh? For what?
For aiding us in this war. We've been fighting the Demon Lord for so long. We thought the war would never end. As terrible as the circumstance was, if you hadn't been summoned here, we probably would have still been fighting now.
Fair. Diana walked to the balcony and leaned against the railing, staring into the dark night sky. The light from the room illuminated her form as she gazed at the stars. Despite the situation around us, the air seemed calm, with the faint echo of the celebrations whispering through the night. I walked over and stood beside her, leaning against the balcony, and looked at Diana as she smiled and let out a chuckle.
To be very honest, I didn't expect to ever see you again.
Aww.
After I took your energy that night, I vowed to never deal with humans again. No clairvoyance could have told me about you coming into play in this war.
I wasn't exactly counting on coming here. It was good to see you again, though. Diana stared wide-eyed at me, a small form of a blush on her cheeks. Cute! What? It was true. I was able to see another side of her, one that wasn't cruel or ruthless towards me. I guessed it was the real her, and I was happy to find out that she wasn't a terrible person after all. When you were in the human world, I never imagined you to be a nice person. You did everything you could to mess with me and try to coerce the boys to return. Since I came, I know who you really are. You have a good heart, Diana, and I'm glad to know that now. Diana stared for a while before smiling softly, her eyes slightly glossing over in a sense of appreciation. She almost looked like a little girl for a half-second, cute, her face so full of innocence.
And you do as well, my friend.
Diana turned her body to me and held her hand out towards me. I smiled back and took her hand, gently shaking it before pulling her to me, surprising her. I wanted to hug her, so I did. I wrapped my arms around her body and felt her very slowly relax into my embrace. With a small breath and what I assumed to be a purr, Dinah wrapped her arms around me and hugged me back. Never would I have imagined embracing Diana and seeing her not as an enemy, but as a friend. It was mind-boggling, but I was glad to know the real Diana now. Diana and I pulled away from each other and smiled before she stepped back to her original spot.
Oh, I had almost forgotten.
I tilted my head at her. What was she talking about? Diana lifted one of her hands towards the sky and waved her hands through the air, making a soft purple mist glow around her fingers. Within seconds, the mist morphed and formed itself into a lavender-colored lily. Resting peacefully between Diana's fingers, she brought it down and presented it to me with a kind gaze.
A gift, my dear.
A gift? I slowly took the flower out of Diana's hands and inspected it visually. It was light, but I could feel a soft glow of magic emanating from the stem and petals. The bloom reminded me of a human world lily, but something about it seemed otherworldly.
A flower known only to demons of Lilith. We call it the flower of Lilith, because these flowers were said to have been created when Lilith first appeared in the Abyssal Plains.
I stared at Diana, not understanding why she was giving me such a gift. She chuckled at my confusion and leaned against the railing, continuing her explanation.
It is also a flower we succubi use when we marry.
Use? What do you mean? Diana chuckled again before she gently took the flower from my hands and tucked it behind my ear. As it settled against my ear, I felt mist circle my head and form into a flower crown of lavender lilies. The way Diana looked at me made me feel like I was in my bridal wear already.
A human you may be, but Lilith would have been proud to see you marrying one of her own. These flowers represent her blessing, and may only crown the worthy.
I felt a blush run across my cheeks. This was a blessing. I slowly reached up and ran my fingers along the flower crown, adorning my head. Feeling the soft petals against my fingertips, they were almost pulsing with energy. I felt both flattered and honored that a simple flower that I was worthy enough to crown my head. Diana let out a sigh and looked back to the sky, making me do the same. One would have expected the sky to be full of smoke or smell of the war's aftermath, but the sky was clear and fresh air drifted through my nose as I inhaled. It was indeed another world, and tonight was my last night in it.
I guess this will be my last night, won't it?
I turned my head to Diana in confusion. She didn't look to me and continued to smile at the sky. What was she talking about? In Diana's hand formed a small goblet containing a dark liquid I assumed to be wine. She placed the goblet towards me on the balcony without looking and waited. She avoided looking towards me and she waited for something to happen. What was she? I then felt a small weight in my pocket and memories flooded back into my mind. I stared at Diana in shock when I realized what was she doing? And she was willing to take it. I stared at the goblet now, measuring the worth of this action. The vial in my pocket could be so many things: a sleeping draught, poison, acid. Diana, however, seemed to be accepting of whatever it was. I became suddenly conflicted that I want to do this to her. I remembered the promise I had made, but I couldn't go through with it. Diana was my friend now, and she had done so much for me in this world. She didn't deserve whatever the vial had in store for her. I took the goblet and cleared my throat, finally getting Diana to turn her head and look at me. It can't be your last night. You have a world to rule. One drink isn't going to kill you. Diana stared at me and took a look of pure confusion on her face before she looked to the goblet in my hand, seeing it remain pure. I smiled as she watched me lift the goblet to my lips and drink from it. In instinct, Diana reached for me in a panic, but I stepped away from her, holding the goblet away. Hey, you gave it to me.
But it...
Diana. I stared plainly at the succubus, reaching my free hand into my pocket and revealing the still corked vial. I held it out to her and she gently took it, staring at it before looking back at me. You deserve to rule this world. Anyone who says otherwise is an idiot. Diana's eyes began to water as her face became red and her lips began to tremble. Did she really expect me to use the vial? She held the vial tightly and covered her eyes, most likely not wanting me to see her cry. I felt incredibly sorry for her. Seeing her weep silently, she was a target and she expected her death to come around because of her standing as queen of the rebellion. What will Diana do when she officially takes the crown in the entire demon world? I waited as Diana rubbed her eyes and cleared her throat. Now finished with her personal breakdown, she looked to me and smiled just slightly.
Well, I guess one drink won't hurt me, huh?
She twisted her free hand through the air and formed a second goblet filled with the same liquid that was in my cup, and raised it towards me. I smiled and clinked my goblet against hers.
Thank you, my dear.
To the new queen of the Abyssal Plains, long may she reign. We simultaneously sipped our drinks and let the words ring between us. It was a worthy toast, and Diana deserved it. She would be the new queen of the demon world.
Well, you did it! Congratulations! You've made it to the end of your story. I have to say, I am very surprised at how it turned out. Nevertheless, I'm glad things worked out in the end, whether it was for the better or otherwise. Despite everything Damien went through, it was all worth it to obtain his humanity and to be truly happy, don't you think?
Yeah.
He got his revenge for his mother, and both of you saved the demon world. I definitely would put that down as successes. Anyways, you've been through a lot, so why don't we skip to... Huh? You want to know what happened after the war?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I guess I could tell you. After the war was finished, the entire rebellion celebrated. Word spread far and wide about the rebellion's success, and soon every kingdom in the Abyssal Plains had become united with the new authority. You would think demons would be more hostile towards each other,
right,
being demons and all,
right,
but the threat of the demon lord was what brought the entire world together. The entire world united under one banner, the Lilith Crest. Diana became the sovereign of the entire plane, accepted and loved by practically everyone because of her devotion to the world and her bravery in the war. Sero, as devoted as ever, remained by her side as her loyal bodyguard.
Oh, and hopefully her future boyfriend, because they're cute together.
Diana became one of the most beloved rulers in all of Demon World history. Her natural heart of gold led her to lead the world to a prosperous future, one filled with peace and happiness. However, she had a long list of words to say against the rebel leaders. You did give her the vial of poison, after all. While Diana had a heart of gold, she wasn't at all forgiving of what they had attempted to do to her through you.
Right.
She made them choose between death or banishment from the Central Council. Faye, Sargent, and Rabbit chose banishment. Shadow chose death. And I believe that is everything that happened after, well, except for your story anyway. Damien and you, both completely human now, return home and set up once more for your wedding. Take 2. Huh? How do I know? Well, I have my ways. Maybe you should check it out.
It took a while to get everything back in order, but with the help of Damien's brothers and their wives, we were able to finally have the wedding Damien and I dreamed of. Everything was organized to the T, and it was indeed perfect. The revels of the ceremony and reception still shook through me, even through the honeymoon. It was so unreal. I was married to the love of my life, and we were about to live our lives together forever. I could go on and on about the wedding and the honeymoon, but honestly, after the war, I was more concerned of living my life afterwards. Our lives escalated to new heights. After we officially became husband and wife, Damien finally settled on what he wanted to do, dedicated himself to writing small stories for children. Oh, that's so sweet. Reading to him became a passion, drawing him towards teaching children to learn before they had gotten older. It was beautiful to say the least. That's so sweet. As for me, I began to go through my own success in life, dedicating myself to become exactly what I wanted to be. After all, Damien was dedicated to his work and goal. If I put the same amount of work in as I did in the demon world, then I was going to be okay. However, there was never a day that went by that I didn't think about what was happening in the Abyssal Plains. It was a heavy chapter of my life, one that tested the love between me and Damien. While the struggle was rough, Damien was finally able to realize his dream of being a human. Even more so, he was able to take down his father and gain revenge not only for his mother, but for what the demon lord had done to him as a child. I was so proud of him, and I was even more proud to call him mine. This change affected us both, and who knew what the future had in store for us now. Still, I was confident that we would get through it and stay together no matter what came our way. Demon, devil, whatever, it didn't matter to us. We were unstoppable together. A moment to myself was all it took to remember everything that went on during my time in the Abyssal Plains. There was a heavy part of my life and a chapter I would never forget as long as I lived. I sat in bed waiting for Damien to return from his visit to the Anderson Toys Company. He wanted to pitch his next book idea to his brother and hopefully get some funding for it, for art and publishing, but I had high hopes for it regardless. It was boring, however, just waiting. I let out a sigh and slid off of the bed, standing and stretching. What to do? I began to let my feet guide me through the house, wanting something to take my attention. As I let my mind wander, I couldn't help remembering the secret alcove the house had, where Damien had confessed his love for me. I wondered, was it still here? I walked through my memory trying to find the secret passage once again. With my luck, I managed to find it and walked through it, leaving the passageway open for Damien to find me later in case I stuck around the spring for long. I walked through the dark passage and eventually entered the magical space my grandfather had created for the mansion. Hiding a beautiful hot spring, the steam was just as heavy as it was when I was last in the space, making me smile and let out a relaxing sigh. A moment of the spring was well worth everything I had gone through. I stripped down slowly and eased myself into the spring, feeling the water slowly drain my aches and stress away the lower I slid myself in. As I finally sat down, another sigh couldn't stop itself from escaping me, taking in the fresh air and slight hint of flowers emanated in the air. My thoughts simply melted away, letting me simply sit back against the edge of the spring and indulge in the warmth around my body. The only thing that would have made the experience perfect was Damien beside me to cuddle against. As if fate answered my prayers, As if fate answered my selfish prayer, my thoughts were broken by the sound of slow... Okay, charger fell off on my phone. Stay. Thoughts were broken by the sound of slowly approaching footsteps, making me look over with a smile as I spied the familiar purple and blue eyes.
Hey! Enjoying the spring?
Damien slowly began to walk towards me, stripping out of his clothes to join me as I smiled and nodded, lying back against the edge of the spring lazily. The water is so good, you're missing out. Oh my god, that's so cute. Okay. I'm okay. I'm okay. Damien chuckled before finally joining me, sitting beside me and wrapping his arms around me. I giggled in return, nuzzling into his shoulder and chest. The water may have been warm, but feeling Damien against me made me feel just right. Damien nuzzled my head with his and kissed over my shoulder gently. How was the meeting with James?
It went good. I got the funding.
I pulled away, suddenly excited for Damien. He grinned at me, nodding and affirming his words with a happy expression. That's awesome! Congratulations! Damien laughed and gently kissed me before pulling me into a hug, wrapping his arms fully around me and holding me close, cuddling into his embrace, waves of joy practically emanating from us. This was the start of Damien's future, and I would be standing beside him, eager to see him grow and become the successful person he wanted to be. Damien softly kissed my cheek and let out a sigh, relaxing his embrace but not letting me go.
You are such an inspiration to me.
Aww. Damien.
It's true. You've supported me and been with me ever since we met. You did everything to protect me and give me everything I could have ever wanted.
My heart. Damien. Damien slightly pulled away and stared into my eyes, his own full of love and passion that glimmered in the light of the magically made moon above us.
How did I ever come to deserve you?
I smiled sweetly and cupped Damien's cheek, feeling him nuzzle into my palm as I kissed his cheek softly. I knew very well that our relationship came from us deserving each other. I loved him and he loved me. It was all that mattered in the end. I should be asking the same thing, but I know that we perfectly deserve each other. I felt like I was in some sort of blissful dream, staring into Damien's eyes as he became lost in mine. I love you, Damien.
I love you too.
I couldn't stop my smile from growing before leaning in and kissing Damien lovingly, feeling him kiss back with the same amount of love and passion I had. Our lives would lead us to a blissful future, one full of adventure, joy, and endless waves of affection for one another. He obtained his dream, and I had to obtain mine. And that was my perfectly happily ever after.